certain extreme situations, the law is inadequate. In order to shame its inadequacy, it is necessary to act outside the law, to pursue natural justice. This is not vengeance. Revenge is not a valid motive, it's an emotional response. No, not vengeance. Punishment.
Tonight we have a chance to say, yeah, you're right. We're too extreme, we're too wild, we're too out of control, we're too full of our own shit. Or we have a chance to say, hey, fuck you, you're wrong. Fuck you, we're right. Because you have all made it to the dance. Because believe me, this is the dance. Start the show.
But, we have no Johnny. Well, isn't this the strangest goddamn thing you've ever seen? Good morning and welcome. I don't have any messages from the man. I don't know what's up. Ladies and gentlemen, I have terrible news. Johnny has quit. He's all done. I don't know. I don't know where he is. I kind of every morning I send the link and every morning he's just kind of there. So I don't know what the deal is today. Hopefully Johnny's all right. Maybe he just overslept a tad and we'll be fine here. I am going to shoot him a quick text. Are you up? There we go. And hopefully he'll answer that. But in the meantime, we've got a great show today. A lot of things going on, a lot of things to talk about. If I have to do it solo today, I certainly can, just because of the sheer magnitude of stuff we've got. I am starting to feel bad. You know, I always said we don't need to bring this shit up unless something happens. And shit happened again. I really thought we were going to get a nice break. You know, we've got like a month and a half until Nick has that court date. And I really thought, other than the body cam footage coming out, we really wouldn't have much in this realm. But between, unfortunately, I think for the Ricada clan, Keanu decided to start opening her big mouth. And then just lies start tumbling out. And then I guess someone said that she admitted that she does coke every once in a while, which I did not know. I knew she had in the past, but I didn't know still did. That would explain the enabling type of behavior and that desperation. But again, no judgment, whatever. But I kind of thought, hey, we're heading for a nice little break from all this stuff. Well, it had been 2 weeks since my old friend, my former friend, Nick, had streamed. And then he announced last night, you know, hey, you got the Alec Baldwin thing happened. The Trump thing happened. He's going to go on last night and he's going to stream it up. He's going to do some things. And, of course, then comes that MN Public Records guy on Kiwi Farms. And he releases a whole bunch more documentation. So we'll take a look at that today. We'll see what's in it. It's actually kind of interesting. It goes through like what he has to do to get his kids back. And there's a lot more stipulations than we thought, including, and this is going to be the rough one. You know, if you thought CPS was just going to let you have your kids back and kind of on faith, That's not how it works. It does say in these documents that he will need to submit to hair tests. Now,
Hair test.
yeah, hair tests. And when I read that, I went, oh boy, there's no running and hiding from that getting clean thing now. Because like a blood test or a urine test, I think it's blood test. A blood test for cocaine is like 2 days. You just got to stop for 2 days. Even that, like for someone who's addicted to it and is dependent on it, that's hard. But you can still do it. But when the tests are random, I don't know if that would really matter anyway. But the hair test, you definitely can't get around because the hair test can be anywhere from 30 to 60 days. And to me, if you're clean for 30 to 60 days, you're clean. You know, you haven't been using the shit. And there was a bunch of other stuff in there. Like now I guess child services can now search both homes. So I think the fact that April...
So even the guest house or whatever is...
I think the fact that April's living there and they know because they're keeping an eyeball on things because they don't want to send kids back into a crack den. The fact that she's living there has made them a target. If she, had gone back to Litchfield, lived with her parents, gotten a job, rebuilt her life, chances are that house would be the perfect place to store all their shit. But who knows? Maybe they would have searched it anyway. But they said now, if you agree to these terms and conditions, then we can start getting your kids back to you, which is hair tests. You have to release the tests that you currently won't let us release. We have to be able to release those test results. You have to submit to all these tests, including hair tests. And when we come to check the premises, we get to check both houses. So, yikes. That's rough.
You're not going to, even if you thought you could hide the stuff in someone else's house, you're not going to pass the hair test.
No, that's what I thought. The hair test was the most damning one. We'll go over it later in today's show. A bunch of stop me from feeling bad for the guy because, I'm going through my, pupa to larva to butterfly phase or whatever. I'm in my chrysalis, if you will.
And said moth, more like it, but yeah.
as it says on the sign here, I'm trying to be the shepherd. So stop me from feeling bad. I know nobody feels bad. I get that. Nobody feels bad. But I'm starting to feel bad because every time this motherfucker goes to turn on a microphone, this public records guy releases pages and pages of more shit. So he's clearly got lots of stuff. And every time Nick says, ooh, interesting things are happening in the world, I'm going to distract people and distract myself from the fact that all this horrible shit is going on in my life. And I'm going to go talk about some other stuff. And this MN Records guy goes, are you sure? Because look at this. And then releases more stuff. So then last night, Nick goes, no, I don't even know if he announced he wasn't going to stream. He just didn't. So he said he was, set up the stream, the whole deal, and then shut her down and didn't do it because this MN Public Records guy. And I know it's funny to a lot of people, but I know the guy and I can just imagine, the meltdown. I can just imagine I don't know, the anger and the frustration last night when this stuff comes out. It's a feeling of, one embarrassing thing from years ago got leaked about me. And I was like, motherfucker, God damn it. This is horse shit. It's all bullshit, but fucking somebody goes and drags it up, whatever. The protection thing wasn't 2 years ago, but the event in it was 2 years ago. And total horse shit. And even then, I'm like, God, fuck it. Now I just imagine you actually did shit and there's evidence of it and you had your kids taken away. And now all these documents are showing up every time you try to move on with your life. Every time you announce, hey, I'm going to do something different other than think about my felony charges and my kids being gone and all this other stuff. And this guy goes, are you sure about that? Because here's what the court said, fucker. And then they just show embarrassing, humiliating shit. I mean,
I get what you're saying, but I have a few questions. Did he engage in doing drugs with
yes.
Not with,
yes,
okay.
Yes, he did. Okay.
Did do that whole poly wife swap.
I see where you're going, but I will answer the questions as though this were a courtroom. I should probably practice anyway. Yes.
All right. And to your knowledge,
could you say tell me, Mr. Imholt, before you ask these questions? Can we make this full on courtroom?
And tell me, Mr. Imholt, to the best of your knowledge, were there ever children in the home at times of drug consumption?
Yes, there were, many times.
Yeah, fuck that guy. I don't know at all.
Do you understand the path of self-improvement I'm trying to go on?
Yeah, I do, but I'm not on that path.
Okay.
Fuck that guy. I'm not on that path. I can scorched earth this motherfucker.
I see it and I go, God damn, that's the title of today's episode. They just won't leave this guy alone.
It just keeps raining shit on Nick Rekieta.
I love a good basketball reference. He was 42 years old. His cocaine was 3. But yeah, I just, the whole deal. I know, you know what? There's a fun bit today for people super chatting and PayPaling to give them a little value added for their money. You can ask questions as though you were a lawyer in a courtroom, and I will practice my courtroom answers.
We can just do it that way.
I like that. By the way, guys, we're starting out at 300 today, and you might see behind me that I've announced that we are on a 12-show winning streak. I do have an announcement to make. I don't know why. I don't know if it's because of a recent update or what. My fucking Venmo does not send me notifications. So when
you keep the app open on your phone while you're doing the show?
I'm going to start.
Yeah, that's the best way.
But oh, you know why? Because in my Venmo, I'm logged on to my personal, not the business one.
Well, that'll be a big part of it too.
Okay, that makes sense now. There we go. I'm switched over to the business one. So yesterday when we were saying we were $60 behind, we were indeed only $35 behind. And we should have done the 30 minutes of overtime.
Okay.
And then last night during the evening show, not only did they knock out that goal, but they also knocked out the extra 60 from the morning, which wasn't 60. Robert with 35, Anthony with 5, and Jeremy with 5. So I took in all this extra. So we had actually knocked out the morning, knocked out the evening. It was all on Venmo. I apologize. I know haters are listening to this right now. You fucking lying asshole, cut-faced motherfucker. No, I just feel bad because people give you money and we didn't acknowledge it, and I apologize. But the good news is not only did we knock out both goals yesterday, we also went over. So today we're starting at 300. So thank you guys very much for your generosity. Awesome. Appreciate it. Let's keep the good news rolling, huh? Keep it in gear. By 8 o'clock, let's get to 200. That's right, 2 hours. In the next 2 hours, let's get to 200 and see if we can have another great day for the toe, as it were. Annoyed Wawa supervisor says Johnny was up too late sexting with his Asian wow girlfriend. Let him sleep.
No,
were you texting last night?
I was texting a lot, but that's not the point.
Okay.
I got to bed on time with plenty of sleep. I got more than 9 hours of sleep. It just
Nice.
It's the I take this fucking medication and I don't remember the name of it. I can go look if you really need to know.
I don't.
But I take a medication for an issue, and it says it makes you drowsy, and it says take one a day. So I figure I have to take it once a day, and it makes me drowsy. Take it when I'm going to bed, the perfect time. Make me drowsy, fall asleep.
Yeah.
Yeah, why not?
But then
So
waking up can be a bitch.
Yeah, and that's what we had today. Was just like, oh, and I couldn't get up, and so
it wasn't as my uncle would say, it wasn't the girly.
No, it wasn't the girly.
Oh.
The girly felt bad for yesterday, like so much so that like I was doing my show and stuff, and she wouldn't text me.
What'd you do yesterday?
I fucking stayed up late, and I was dog tired all day.
Okay.
Because I went to bed at 2 in the morning and got back up and did your show. And
It's all that jacking off on the phone.
there wasn't any jacking off.
It's all the whacking it you're doing. That's that boy who's been whacking off on the cell phone.
What's the matter? Your mouth all glued up with honey juice? I asked you a question. I fucking...
I should get asked that in the courtroom.
Yeah.
Cross-examination. They're like, what, your mouth all glued up with honey juice? I asked you a question. Sorry.
Oh, good.
Sorry, Your Honor. You killed my dad. Wait, what? This is I'm doing different movies. I apologize. But
the guy that shot my paw.
Yeah. So you so you weren't
I wasn't sexting all night long.
Okay.
Yeah, no. She felt bad. Like, we were talking a bit in the afternoon to arrange the travel plans in August, and she felt very, very bad about the whole, like, I was up late. And she's like, no, I distract you. So, like, when I was doing my show, I was texting her. I was like, hey, distract me, and I'm doing my show and everything.
Oh, man.
And then she literally wouldn't respond to texts, and then finally, after my show was done, she's like, your show done now? And I'm like, yeah. And then she started, like, texting me and sending me pictures. And I'm like, these are distracting. She's like, yeah, that's why I couldn't send them before. And I'm like, I know, I wanted you to distract me during my show. But
can I ask you a question? You don't have to answer this question. Is she Asian?
No.
I
wanted her to be.
Have you asked her to try? Have you asked her to attempt to be an Asian?
I'm not gonna be a dick, but I mean, honestly, maybe with a little bit of makeup, we could actually pull that off. It'd be a little weird.
Some strings, pull back.
No, not even just some strings, just some creative, like, eyeliner and stuff. She's got a face shape that could work with it.
Honey, I don't know if I have the strength. But look at this beautiful thing we have here. Matchmaker, make me a match.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, no, she's not. She's not Asian.
But listen, you're my brother, and I'm not going to let you suffer.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, my God, I have to call my mother. I have to call my lawyer. No, to hell with my lawyer. See, now I'm mixing up Harvey Fierstein roles. It doesn't matter. He just plays a really flamboyant, gravelly-voiced homo in every movie he's in.
Yep.
There's not a lot of depth to a Harvey Fierstein character.
He wasn't flamboyant in Independence Day, was he? Or am I confusing my Jewish people?
What?
Yeah, I am. I'm confusing my Jewish people.
Oh, my God, David. Where have you been? Have you been looking at the news, David? Oh, I have to call my mother. Oh, I have to call my lawyer. Screw my lawyer. He wasn't a flamboyant. Would you like to reassess that?
Yeah, no,
diagnosis?
I just realized what I did.
Yeah. He was remarkably gay in Independence Day. All right, let's go to the audience here for a little bit. And then we've got Alec Baldwin today. The Alec Baldwin thing kind of got buried by, somebody trying to blow Trump's head off.
Yeah.
So we didn't get...
I think, how much do you think Alec Baldwin is grateful for the attempt on Trump? Just like, well, thank God they'll leave me the fuck alone for 5 minutes.
I don't know, man. Like, he won. Like, and he won really quick. Like, Alec Baldwin is one of those guys right now who's going, every dime, every bill I get from this lawyer, I pay while whistling a happy tune. He's just like worth every fucking penny. They got the thing thrown out on a Brady violation.
What's a Brady violation?
I don't even know. We're going to find out about it together. I talked about this with Matt yesterday. I'm the best law tuber there is because I have to be a law tuber now because I with the whole Nick thing and everything, I have to be a law tuber now. That's my new thing. And I really am the best in the world at it because, like, Sean from Potentially Criminal and all these other guys, Legal Mindset, all these guys, they like to explain things to you in, like, a legal way, right?
Yeah.
They like to break down the precedents, and they like to break down the motions and then, the 32.24a. Fuck that. I'm the best law tuber because I go, they go, Aaron, we're coming to you for information. What happened with this Alec Baldwin thing? Prosecution people totally fucked up. They did some shit they weren't supposed to do. And people go, oh,
We're
get that.
Everyman law tuber.
I'm the everyman law tuber. Aaron, what happened with the Alec Baldwin thing? Prosecution team fucked up. They did some shit they weren't supposed to do, and it got the whole thing thrown out. So, like, if you went
You're like the Grand Turbo everyman.
You're like the Grand Turbo everyman. That's fantastic. But so it's like, if you go to your friends and you give them that explanation, they'd be like, oh, I get it. But if you go to your friends, you're like, well, according to statute 32-David 24A PBR, they'd be like, what the fuck is this autist talking about? Instead, okay, like the Trump case getting thrown out. A law tuber might go, well, you see, according to statute, blah, 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 and the Fourth Amendment and whatever. Whereas I go, oh, yeah, the way they picked that special prosecutor, dude, yeah, they picked it the fucked up way. You got to do it by a certain way because of the Constitution. They didn't do it that way, fucked it up, the whole thing gets thrown out. See how quick that was?
I heard people were saying the documents case was thrown out because of the Supreme Court decision.
Man. That's not what I read. I don't know why I answered you like I was a mob boss from the 30s, but man, see? That's not the way it was.
Mob boss for the 30s or the duck from Aflac?
Man, see? Yeah, see, Landers gets it. This is why I'm the best law tuber there is. He goes, basically a bunch of bullshit. There. I'm going to start covering trials, which, by the way, looks like the most boring fucking thing in the world to do. But I'm going to start covering trials, and I'm going to start watching them and going, all right, guys, you see what happened here? That guy basically said that guy sucks. All right, let's read your super chats. All right, someone wants $5. Aaron, do you think this guy totally sucks, or do you think this guy's on the up and up? I don't know, man. I'm looking at his face. He looks like a dick. That's just my... Dude, I would have the best fucking trial streams of anyone ever. While everyone else is like, oh, do you think that there's a violation of procedural code 24A? I'd be like, hey, guys, you think this guy's a motherfucker? Because he looks like he's a lying cunt. And they'd be like, oh, man, I like this Aaron guy. His trial streams are good. We get to find out whether the witnesses are cunts or not.
So they'd be like, all right, they're bringing up the next witness. Hey, they checked this guy's hard drive, right? Somebody, like,
yeah.
I know he didn't commit a crime.
Start
well, he's
accusing,
a witness. Yeah.
Just start accusing people of being pedos. Oh, my trial streams would be the best. I just don't have the attention span, and I don't fucking care. Let's see. I'd be the best law tuber there is. The only problem is I don't know shit about the law, and I don't give a fuck. Those are the only two hurdles in my way from being the greatest law tuber of all time.
Oh, if we could just beat those. Maybe if you drink a Celsius beforehand.
Oh, then I'd be like, dog, all these guys are pieces of shit. You know that, right?
Well, actually, now that we explain this might explain why Nick had to do it. Like, oh crap, I got to do the Johnny Depp trial.
He just went too far, and he went past Celsius. Yeah, just go to Celsius, man. Actually, that might stop your heart sooner. That shit is not to be trifled with. I've been off it now for how many days did I not have Celsius last week? 3, maybe 3 days. So I've been off the Celsius for a while, and I have to say, yesterday I was very tired. But I took a nap after the show, and now I'm good. Let's go to the audience here. Honky says, sorry, difficult to feel bad, especially for April. She got out of Chernobyl, then walked back in and stayed there. Yeah, but what she'd tell everybody is she'd go, oh, well, Aaron's a piece of shit, and I stayed here and this rescued me. And it's like, okay, well, Aaron offered you to come back home. He just said, we got to stop this lifestyle and you got to stop doing drugs. And you said, no, that's not my home and those aren't my kids. Okay, well, fuck me then. Like, people are like, oh, what was she supposed to do? I'm like, she moved her shit out of my house. Like, what am I supposed to do? Like, yeah, she made a choice. She chose that place over this.
And those aren't my kids thing is like, that's a shitty thing to say after you decide to marry a person with the kids.
Here's the problem. Every time she wanted to hurt me on something, like we were having a fight and she wanted something to sting, she'd say, your kids, your kids, your kids. When things were good, it was our kids, the kids, blah, 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 blah. So, like, I hate to say this about women, but there's a conniving, like, planned, like, they pick their words on purpose, and they're designed to, like, minimal effort, but most lethality, if you will.
Yeah, dude.
And that hurts a lot when she would say shit like that. And she like, every time we'd have a fight, even if it was about something fucking stupid, like the show or something, she'd be like, and they're your kids. And you'd be like, that fucking hurts. Because when I proposed to her, the kids helped me propose. And my oldest said, will you stay with us forever? And... You know, that was kind of the promise she made. And then every time she didn't get her fucking way, we had a fight about something, I was this evil, terrible guy. And then I play into it by yelling and fighting and everything. And then she's like, and they're your kids. And that would piss me off. But here's the problem. You would call that out and she would go, what? I didn't do anything. It's the most maddening thing in the world. It fucks with your brain. When you go, you're doing this. I've never done that. What? I always used to say, I wish we could put our arguments in front of a panel of judges. I always used to say that. I want a panel of judges to analyze this and view this and tell me I'm not fucking crazy that all these things I say happen. She'd be like, oh, so that's what you want to do? You just want to put it up for a vote. And I'm like, fuck. I'm bad at it. I really am. I'm just terrible at it. And I'll give her this. She's not terrible at it. She's very good at it. Like in a really...
Johnny, you're smoking weed. I don't do such a thing.
In a really Machiavellian Sun Tzu way, she's very good at it. But I don't think she knows shit. That's the worst, is when people have that innate ability to do that and they don't even know that that's a fucked up thing to do. Whew.
I don't mean to be a dick, but it seems like a lot of women have that innate ability.
They do. It's remarkable.
It's almost a gender trait.
Really is. Like you go, oh, I got to find one that doesn't do that. I don't know. That's like saying I need to find a car that doesn't have windows.
Well, no, like you can find one that doesn't do that, but they have the capability. So, I mean, it's like finding a car with a sunroof. You can find one with a sunroof that has the thing that closes so you don't know that it's there.
Yeah. That's
but
the thing.
If they really need to, they can open that sunroof.
Like when someone is dependent on a substance or they're addicted to it, you asking them to stop, in their mind, that does make you a monster and terrible and an awful person. So they're technically not lying when they say, like, Aaron was just a piece of shit to me and he was awful. Yes, I was saying, look, this is enough. This needs to stop. And I did pull the it's either this shit or me card after the episode at our house. I did pull that card and I got fucking screamed at and bitched at, and I was a monster for that too. And I'm like, I'm just thinking to myself, I don't know what else to do. Like, I don't know how else to get this to fucking stop. So anyway, that's to respond to what Honky said. April is like a car stuck in drive gear. Reversing or braking isn't an option. Forward is the only way. I mean, I gave some great advice, and I thought if she took it, she could rebuild her life, but she didn't. You don't want to hear from me. Scarface says Brady violation is purposely withholding evidence from the defense. Right. Yeah, exactly. I said that, though. Remember when I said they did some fucked up shit that wasn't cool?
Yeah.
See, this is why you don't need law tubers. You just need me. Like Scarface, like, actually, a Brady violation was purposely withholding evidence from the defense. Right. When I said that the prosecution did fucked up shit that wasn't cool, doesn't that cover what you just said? Again, guys, leave this alone. I'm the best law tuber. I got this shit. Honky says a Brady violation is either 1, sacking the Patriots quarterback, or 2, the prosecution withheld some exculpatory evidence in the case. See, you're just saying exculpatory because it makes you sound smarter. You know what's easier for people to understand? The prosecution.
They pulled some fucked up shit.
They pulled some fucked up shit and it wasn't cool and they got the whole thing thrown out. There, guys. That's it.
Why does everyone make this so difficult?
I don't know why all these law tubers, they're on for like 9 hours at a time. It's like, guys, I just wrapped up the whole thing in 14 seconds. Show me your super chats. Ask me some questions. I'll answer your law questions for you. We're $300 away today. Just start throwing it in there, and I'll answer all the legal questions. You can test me as a law tuber, and I'll knock it out of the fucking park today. Honky's calling it Imholt water. Oh. Law tubing, you just got to know the 5th to 8th amendments. Dude, you don't even need to know that. 5 is the one where you ain't saying shit. 6 and 7, who gives a fuck? And 8th is the searches and seizures. No, that's the 4th one. I don't know. 8th is cruel and unusual punishment. Right?
I don't know.
Who gives a shit about 6 and 7? Whoever says
we're such great Americans, we know nothing about our Constitution.
Yeah, like what people are like, oh, this.
We know the first and the second one.
Let me give you some law tube advice. If you know the 6th Amendment by heart, you suck. You're a dumb piece of shit. That's the gayest one. Protects the rights of people accused of crimes. This is innocent until proven guilty. We don't need an amendment for that. We have a saying. We have a brand. 7th Amendment, jury trial. Oh, we all know that's a thing, so shut the fuck up. And then 8th Amendment is part of the Bill of Rights, protecting dignity. Dude, everybody's got Instagram. Fuck that. Against imposing excessive bail, excessive fines, or cruel and unusual punishment. No, you don't have to know those amendments, guys. You just have to know those phrases. That's all. You just need to know the phrases. Lander says ammunition wasn't entered into the case file, and that's why Alec's case got tossed, basically because the judge was bought off. Brady violation, my fucking ass. Isn't that what I said, though, when I said they did some fucked up shit and it got thrown out? Again, you guys keep coming up with all your different theories. I already covered this. I don't even know why anybody needs to watch any more LawTube on the Alec Baldwin thing. Steel Toe wrapped the whole thing up for you.
In a nice little bow. Just there you go. Fucked up shit.
Fucked up shit happened. The prosecution pulled a dirty move, and the whole thing got thrown out. Yeah, see, Bigot on Socialist Media says, makes sense to me. Perfect. The first $4.99 of the day is in. It's from Red Fox Matt. He says, April sounds like a girl I went to high school with. You could have just stopped that she sounds like a girl. Like Johnny and I said, they're all pretty similar in that
They're
regard.
all capable. They all possess this ability.
Kayla never did that to me.
Like I said, they all possess it.
Right.
They don't all use it.
She never did that to me. She was always very fair and very kind. April sounds like a girl I went to high school with. She is now in prison for drugs and trying to run from the cops. She's got 35 years. Oh, I thought you meant she's in prison and trying to run from the cops. I'm like, that's not going to work out. She's in prison. I see what you mean.
She's not going to get very far.
No, they're not going to. You can run like 8 feet at a time. That's about it. Annoyed Wawa Supervisor says the 8th Amendment of the Midwest, Aaron Imholt in his indie wrestling name because he is constantly trying to protect his dignity. Thank you, Wawa. Someone writes, hashtag Imholtgate. I don't know what Imholtgate means. I'm just trying to explain the law to people in a way that they'll understand it, for God's sake. All right, guys, $295 away from today's goal. Let's go ahead and get that down another $95 in the next hour and a half. And let's have ourselves a successful day of Steel Toe today. Me personally, I'm excited for it. A morning win, an evening win, and then bedtime. That's what we're doing. All right, should we go into this Alec Baldwin thing? We'll have the news explain it and see if I've already pretty much hit the nail on the head for you.
Okay.
What do you say? We've got Alec Baldwin. We got Trump. Then we'll go over these documents that came out yesterday on Kiwi Farms. Again, poor Nick. Every time he wants to go and stream, these fuckers just have a vault of shit. And they're just like, here's more, motherfucker. Talk about... And then Nick cancels his streams. Because here's the deal. He knows that these Kiwi Farms guys, they release these documents. He goes on. He wants to stream about Trump and Alec Baldwin and all this other shit.
But the chat's going to be all about the documents.
The chat is going to be all about the documents. I guess this weekend he did some guy who talks about movies on his channel, and he did it as a premiere, not live, and the chat was turned off, and it got like 300 views. Not like at a time, like it's got 300 views now.
Okay.
And it was just him talking to some guy about movies. And people don't want to watch that. They want to watch the train wreck portion of things. So, it's like I said, I know nobody feels bad for him, but like I'm starting to feel bad as like every time he wants to talk, every time he wants to go on, it's just, hey, here's a bunch of documents, everyone. Let's go watch his stream. And he's like, and he's probably coming apart at the seams. That's probably fucking him up terribly. I mean, this whole situation fucked me up terribly, and I came out good. Like, as good as you can. I came out of it in a decent spot, and it still fucked me up really bad psychologically. So I can only imagine.
Who went through 3 miles of shit and came out smelling like roses on the other side.
So when he is still going through the shit, and now there's more documentation going, oh, by the way, we get to search your girlfriend's house, too. Like the house your chick's living in, you ain't fooling us, buddy. We're searching that too, or you ain't getting your fucking kids back. And it's going to come down to essentially choosing between April and his kids. And I've got bad news for his kids on that one. I don't think he's going to pick them.
Really? I
really don't. I think those two are going to try and make a go of it. I see a divorce and a marriage coming. Look, man. They are each other's last hope. Think about it. nobody's going to want either one of them for a while. I mean, at least for a while until this all blows over. Stop it.
That's where we got started on this problem.
Stop it.
I without putting too far, I'm let's just shorten this. I ran into a lady that I could imagine if things hadn't happened would look a lot like April. But let's just say the lady has a Coke nose.
Oh, that's not good.
And it's not that she's not attractive, it's that it's not awesome.
Sure.
And other people around her knew about it, and they were just like, it's a thing. People don't really, like I don't know, man. So if it's really all going that way, she's gonna like, oh,
look, and the hair test part, we'll get to all of it. It's very tantalizing, so I'm teasing it a lot this morning. It's very, gossipy stuff. Trucker 18,
sensitive like my nipples.
Yeah, Trucker 18 wheeler with $5 says the Brady violation is being butt fucked by Tom Brady. See, you guys are learning a lot here. You're learning quite a bit. All right, let's go into the Alec Baldwin thing. Then we'll get our Trump stuff. Then you guys will get your documents. Let's eat our vegetables, and then we'll have dessert. $2.95 is your number for today. Get in there and throw in some cash, and we'll call it another win for the toe and go to 13 in a row. All right, this is an explanation of the Alec Baldwin thing. You talk about a lucky fucker. They dismissed this thing with prejudice, meaning they can't bring charges anymore. He's done. Alec Baldwin for the Rust shooting is in the clear. Now,
I thought if they dismissed it with prejudice, it just meant that they thought, like,
Oh, no, without, I'm sorry.
people.
Yeah, or no. See, Johnny, I'm supposed to be the best law tuber in the world, and now you just stepped on my balls. Because I don't, now you've got me questioning myself. No, dismissed with prejudice means you can't try it again.
Okay.
God damn it, Johnny. Would you listen to the best law tuber in the world? Please?
No, I'm sorry if with your history and legal issues, I'm sorry if I don't fully trust you in terms of what's the best law advice. I might.
Hey, I won a few rounds of mediation. You know what happened after that?
What?
Instead of complying with that, I got slammed with an HRO. Or a protection order or whatever. HPV, whatever the fuck they're called.
I just got crashed.
I remember walking out of that mediation going, yes, finally my voice was heard, and I feel like I've been fucking cops show up at your door. Hey, here's this asshole. You're like, oh, I guess that mediation didn't matter.
Oh,
Still paid for it. Another cool thou down the drain. Oh, with all the money spent on these two girls fighting, I probably could have had a fucking nice vacation. What do you do? What do you do? Here we go. This is the Alec Baldwin stuff. Go ahead, Lester Holt. Go ahead and tell them what I already told them.
We begin with breaking news from New Mexico, where just a short time ago, the criminal case against Alec Baldwin was dismissed. Baldwin's trial on a charge of involuntary manslaughter in the deadly shooting on the Rust movie set coming to an abrupt and dramatic end after the defense claimed the prosecution withheld evidence about ammunition on the Rust set. The judge dismissing the case with prejudice after holding a hearing on a motion by the defense for dismissal. NBC's Chloe.
Wow. Do you know how fucking good that's got to feel for both Alec Baldwin and his legal team when you bring this thing up and the judge looks at it and goes, yeah, it looks like you kind of nailed this thing. Case dismissed. And you're like, fuck. Yes. And do you know how pissed like the LawTube community probably was?
yeah, because now they don't have a case to go over for the next few days. This was a piece of red meat for them, and now it's spoiled.
Oh, the next few weeks, dude, you had all these law tubers that were probably planning vacations and, like, they're going to buy new shit for their house. And, like, oh, honey, we got a big windfall coming. The Alec Baldwin trial's on the way. This is going to be huge. And then all of a sudden, it turns out that the prosecution fucked up, and we got to say this thing is over. Case dismissed. Oh. So I used this hammer as a gavel on one of the steel toe coasters. Oh, no. I thought with the pad thing under it, it would cushion it, and I could use this as a gavel stand. And
She was supposed to tap me on the side when she needed air. Oh
no.
No.
Hey, good news. It broke clean, and I can glue it back together. Oh,
Right.
Nope, it's okay. It wasn't full. It didn't spill. But I have more, so it's okay. Here, let's try it with this one.
Fucking
No. So how would I do a gavel then? Don't hit the table with the hammer. That's going to hurt the table.
You need like a rubber hammer or a wooden mallet.
How about this? How about this?
It's not gonna. That's not.
It's a rubber coaster.
Yeah, it's a rubber coaster, but that's gonna absorb the sound. That's not making any sound.
Oh, you can't hear this?
No, you can't.
How about this?
Actually, I can't hear that either.
Oh, well then fuck it. I don't have a gavel. If anyone would like to point me in the hit today's goal, I'm getting a gavel. And then I'm going to become the best law tuber in the country. So anyway, if you're the law tuber community, you're like, oh, I'm going to make even like if you're a tiny law tuber, like if you're not even one of the big ones, you're still going to see a numbers boost during the Alec Baldwin thing. And you're going to see more money come in. And you're like, oh shit, here we go, man. Oh, it's going to be such a great fucking day and week and year. And man, I got a windfall coming. And then all of a sudden you're watching the trial and you're like, don't worry, guys, we'll get past this Brady violation thing and we'll continue on with the trial. And they're like, case dismissed with prejudice. And then everyone in LawTube just goes, no, I already booked a suite at Bellagio. You can't do this to me. Get him back up there. Dig up Helena Hutchins. Make him shoot her again. Come, do something. This can't happen.
Chloe Melas is here. Chloe, a stunning end to this trial.
Lester, Alec Baldwin, breaking news. He's breaking down in tears. The judge dismissed this case, and the decision came after the judge determined that prosecutors, they withheld evidence.
Bastards.
This is critical evidence in the case that was never disclosed to us. This is not the first time. It's not the second time. It's not even the third time. It's time.
Boy, Luke Nickus is going to be a lot of people's Nickus after this whole thing. My Nickus. Oh, that would have been great. Alec, by the way, this guy looks like he just saw the Ark of the Covenant. What the fuck? Oh, man, some of these law people are so fucking goofy looking.
He also kind of looks like the fucking Stormy Daniels lawyer, this guy.
Oh, Mike Avenatti?
Yeah, he's kind of got that Avenatti look with the bald head.
Yeah. Why do some bald guys shave their heads and then immediately look Asian? What is that? What nationality is that where you shave your head and then all of a sudden you're a little Asian?
I don't know.
Maybe Russian? I'm not sure.
For this case to be dismissed, Your Honor.
The pivotal moment in Alec Baldwin's criminal trial seen here when the actor's legal team claimed New Mexico prosecutors did not disclose new evidence.
Oh, look at who the prosecutors are. Oh, you can't trust them any further than you can throw them. I tell you what. I'm not telling you.
Pertaining to the
killed
live
a woman, so we don't need to disclose evidence that might make you look innocent. You're guilty.
rounds found on the Rust film set in 2021.
This is a wild goose chase. This has no evidentiary value whatsoever.
Well, you know what happens sometimes when you start chasing wild geese?
Catch one.
You catch one every once in a while. And guess what my Nickus caught? My Nickus caught a goose.
And the best part, this has no evidentiary value whatsoever. Yeah, but by not allowing the defense to look at it and not presenting it to the court,
right?
You're superseding the system of justice that allows us to go, oh, this doesn't mean anything.
Right. You don't get to unilaterally decide shit don't matter. Like, the defense still gets to look at it and go, yeah, no, because it could have been this. They could have shown it. The defense could have gone, oh, yeah, you're right. This doesn't matter. You can throw this out.
Or the defense could have pushed it and the judge could have been, yeah, this is bullshit. Fuck off.
See, this is why we're the best law tubers in the business. You just
Who the fuck is this guy in the back? Like the second row right behind the lady. No, this guy over here to the right. Oh, that's right. You can't see. Yeah, there you go. Him.
This guy.
Him. He looks fucking sus as fuck.
Oh, you don't know who that is? You fuck?
Who is that?
That's Stephen Baldwin.
Oh, Jesus Christ. What the fuck happened to Stephen Baldwin?
That's how Stephen Baldwin's always looked like a goofy fuck. You didn't? Oh, that's great that you didn't know. Yeah, that's Alec's brother. He's just there hanging out, helping his bro.
I'm looking at him and I'm like, all right, so obviously Alec Baldwin killed a lady. He's going to get away with it. Great. But someone check his hard drive.
No, that's just old Stephen Baldwin just showing up, supporting his bro.
I still support the checking the hard drive. But
okay.
I get who it is now.
Good man. So anyway, you're breaking this down right now with the two best law tubers in the country. And basically what happened is the prosecution went, I don't have to show you. And the defense like, oh, yeah, well, we're going to get this whole thing thrown out. And they're like, oh, yeah, well, that's a wild goose chase. And the defense like, oh, caught a goose by the neck, bitch. And the judge went, that is indeed a goose. This thing's done. Over with. Everybody go home.
That is true, Your Honor. This woman has no dick.
Well, you can never be too sure nowadays.
Issue for the day. I'm sorry.
The judge sending the jury home on Friday as she decided whether to dismiss the case against Baldwin.
The prosecution getting the case dismissed only 3 days into testimony is worse than even a not guilty verdict.
The state's willful.
Yeah, right? Yeah, if you work for the, like right now, the DA it has these two women in his office, and he's like, listen, I would have rather you just fucked this thing up and he got found not guilty. I mean, now we look like total assholes right now. And they do. They look like the New Mexico district attorney looks like he doesn't know how to do his fucking job on this whole thing.
Well, he doesn't if he appointed those two bitches to the case.
This is a wild goose chase, Your Honor.
Withholding of this information was intentional and deliberate. Your motion to dismiss with prejudice is granted.
Rust cinematographer Helena Hutchins was killed on the New Mexico film set after a gun Baldwin was holding fired a live round of ammunition.
I still have no fucking idea how they put a live fucking round in a prop gun.
Because to save money, they buy live rounds and they crimp them. So they pull the slug, they crimp the shell. So then when you fire the shell, all it does is it undoes the crimp. There's a big bang and nothing happens. Well,
take the fucking round out of the goddamn thing.
It's when you've got how many thousands of bullets for this shit, it's easy to mistake one. Again, this is why if you're going to be a good armorer, it's
no putting live bullets in guns.
Don't make your own fucking ammunition and skip the spot where you put the slug or the bullet or whatever in the thing.
Right.
You just skip that part.
Yes. I agree. Or let's all, in movies, let's just all start using cap guns. I'm down.
We've got AI and computer stuff now.
Sure.
Let's use Nerf guns and just edit it, fix it in post.
Right. There you go. I like that idea. You know how much fun a Nerf fight would be on set? Everybody would have a good time. And then, like Johnny said, you can edit it in post. It'll be fine. Why are we having... I still don't think this was Alec Baldwin's fault. I still think Alec Baldwin was just handed a gun and he's like, I've done this 9 trillion times in my career. Here we go. Then he fucking shot a camera lady.
But I'm saying, in general, 9 million times or not, when you have a gun, you should always treat that thing like it's loaded. I mean, even with no bullet in it, I mean, depending on what's in it, yeah, I just... Lander saying squibs weigh significantly less than live rounds.
What about squibs? Why can't we use squibs? You killed Zach. You watched him die. Those were squibs. What squibs? No, I watched him. You watched him die. All right, we're going to meet him for drinks in a half an hour. I want you to tell him you watched him die. I can't wait to see the look on his face or yours. Is that the scene that starts with? Oh wait, no, that's a different scene where the coffee spills and goes, "My dick's on fire."
The defendant, Hannah Gutierrez, guilty.
In March, the film's armorer, Hannah Gutierrez Reed, was found guilty of involuntary manslaughter and is currently...
I hate to be this guy. Why is a woman your armorer? Why do you have a girl armorer? It's not... You know how many guys you skipped over to give her that gig? Stop.
He's serving an 18-month...
They came from California, the land of...
opportunity.
Diversity, equity, and inclusion opportunities.
Just really, killing the game. between the head of the Secret Service being a chick and the Rust Armorer being a chick and the lawyers in this case being a chick and the people who killed Kyrie Jackson being a chick driver. It's just, I know that misogyny is bad and I know that woman hating is wrong,
but it's not unearned.
But stop doing this. And then that would be like saying, oh, men are mass shooters. I'd be like, well, yeah, I mean, that's
kind of usually the case.
It's
either men or women who think they're men. Or...
Yeah. The trans are getting involved lately. We've seen that. But, yeah, usually not a female thing.
Prison sentence. Her attorney telling NBC News this new information is grounds to overturn her conviction. NBC News has reached out to New Mexico special prosecutors for comment. A plot twist no one saw coming. Alec Baldwin's involuntary manslaughter charges dismissed.
So, Chloe, what happens next?
So, Lester, Alec Baldwin left the court without saying anything to reporters, but just moments ago, Special Prosecutor Carrie Morrissey did make her first comments following the judge's ruling. She said she respects the judge's decision.
Yeah.
Oh, and then she went home.
She gets fuck all else to do.
Then she went home, drew a bath, took out a knife, and just thought about it for a minute. Just thought about it for a couple of seconds and went, you know what? No, life will go on from here. I swear.
I don't let him win twice.
Right. Oh, Los Federales, don't show me the fucking... Los Federales just sent me a picture of the guy from, what do you call it? The shooter from the Trump thing.
Okay.
Showed me the photos of him lying dead on the roof and the blood and no thanks. Not my thing. Thank you very much.
I was setting up my show yesterday and there were things like the moment they took down the shooter. I'm like, I don't want to see that moment.
Yeah.
1 and 2, I'm pissed about that moment because apparently that moment should have happened a lot sooner.
Right.
You know, before the father and husband was killed just for being there.
Right. And
fire chief.
You know, we were talking about that last night when we were talking about what we think the conspiracy is on this whole deal. And I was saying, I was like,
I got 2 now.
The conspiracy theory is either they set him up to be shot at because that fucking guy was on a roof that the Secret Service should have been on top of.
Right.
I mean, there's no reason there was nobody on that roof. And then also for a straight minute and a half on video, you have people going, hey, there's a guy up there. He's looking towards the stage. You might want to look at that guy that's right there.
Super sus.
That guy doesn't look right. He doesn't look like the rest of you guys. Look, hey, psst, psst, there's a guy. And then the other one was a fucking cop went up the ladder. And then as soon as the guy pointed a gun at him, he went, oh, I'm going to skedaddle. And he got out of there. Like, there's just, I know that incompetence is a possibility. Incompetence is always a possibility in things like this. However, I'd like to have all possibilities examined before we just go with, well, we fucked up. Because this seems like a lot of fucking up for a group that doesn't fuck up like hasn't fucked up like this in my whole lifetime.
Well, I found an interview that I did on my show. You may have seen it. A dude who like flagged down a news crew to tell them. He came out to the last time that they did a Trump rally like this in like 2020 or whatever. And that was at like an airport hangar. And he's saying they had a team on the roof of every airport, of like every hangar. Like there was a team of guys on every single one. He's like, there were more buildings there and everything else. He's like, there's less buildings here. And more importantly, they're on the other side of the highway. So they're over here. He's like, why wasn't there just a team of people on every single roof there?
Right. The fact that roof was open for that guy to take it. And the fact that guy got that close to the president with a gun.
And the ladder was there so he could easily get up and over. Like, the whole thing seems set up. But now I'm on the place of, like, I don't know who set it up. Because on the one hand, I'm like, all right, so, like, the left, get rid of their opposition. Makes total sense.
Yeah.
But then on the right, like, the reason why now I have weird questions is they're pitching this whole like act of God thing practically. They're like, Donald Trump always looks straight forward at his rallies. He never turns to the side. And this time he turned to the side because of a border or whatever thing like that display that he had up, and he never has graphics and displays, but this one time he did. It's like, all right, so this one time he did, and the one time he did, he turned to it, and just as he did, like, it seems like it's almost set up for, they're like, all right, so we want you to take the shot right as he starts talking about the border. Like, it was a set-up thing, and then Trump went over there, and then boom. But there's too many moving pieces where that could go wrong, and they inadvertently kill the guy.
Yeah.
So
I don't know. I don't know what happened, but they're going to have to do a pretty good sales job on me if they're going to convince me that this is incompetence, because
the fact that they flat out just took the dude out moments after all the shooting began, like, it makes it really hard to be able to get any information out of that guy. And the thing that weirds me out the most is this motherfucker is like, what, 20 years old, and he has no social media profile whatsoever?
None. And apparently, and this could be a bunch of bullshit, I don't know, but apparently BlackRock has like an informational video out, and this motherfucker's in it.
Okay, I need to see that, because that raises even more questions. Like, you don't become some sort of like avid.
Oh no, this is legit CBS News. Thomas Matthew Crooks appeared in a 2022 BlackRock ad.
Yeah, so now I'm going left side now more on that one but this seems totally like a setup that you don't become this kind of like divergent person with no access to the internet or with no internet presence. Like, there's no way that you decide to do something this dramatic and you're unplugged. Like, an unplugged person, I think, would be the person most likely to be like, wait a minute, what's going on? Why do I care? Like, so the no social media thing is weird as hell. And now if you're telling me he's in a BlackRock ad, like, oh, yeah. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I don't know if it's just like because I got Ray Epps on the brain, but I smell fat. Anyone smell fat? You smell fat?
Well, here, let's we've also got video of him later today joking about dicks. It's weird. Let's go ahead and check this out. This is the biggest video version of this I could find. This is actually hard to find.
I'm from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Financial well-being to me is knowing that I can be free to do the things that I love to do. I hope when I retire someday, they say that guy made this place a special place.
Okay, this music is fucking killing me. I gotta find a different version of this. So there's a picture of Crooks in the BlackRock ad.
Yeah, but it looks like they're mostly following a teacher. So it could be quasi-coincidence.
Honors economics in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
Oh, so that was it. That was the only part he was in.
I teach AP and...
Right here, that's it. So he was in the class that this guy was teaching. I don't know.
That just makes me feel weird. Why is BlackRock doing ads about teachers? So now they're getting in at our teachers too?
Well, BlackRock kind of has their hands in a little bit of everything. You know, a little bit of this, a little bit of that. JL Not Here with $5 says, Mr. Imhold, can you cover criminal cases? And every time there is a grapist, say, I know that look well. Wait, no, I can't say that. Lander says, now Alec Baldwin is going to write a book called If I Had Popped a Bitch. Secret Service has denied Trump's request for increased security, and RFK has been flat out denied. That's not true. They said yesterday RFK is getting Secret Service protection now. It's something that Trump lobbied for. Trump was like, you got to give this guy, he's a fucking Kennedy. You got to give him Secret Service protection. There's a bit of a history there. Father Justin Queso says, what's the text line number? 320. Shit, what is it? 320-204-5713, I believe. Yeah.
Look up your phone number and just give him that one.
Honky says, holy Habsburg jawline, Batman. He really is a Charles V looking motherfucker. That's for sure. Thank you, Trucker 18 Wheeler. He says, but we're the conspiracy theorists. I've also seen Trump turn his head at a rally.
Yeah, no, that's just what someone was saying. Like they had talked to Trump, and Trump and his team were saying they were very grateful because, again, this like, oh, and again, it's kind of Trump's team and Trump that are pushing the whole like, oh, it's almost like like divinity, because like Trump usually just faces straight forward, and this was the one time he had a graphic that he went and pointed to. Like,
Yeah.
So yeah.
Well, that's going to put us at 280 for today. Hey, shit, guys, just keep rallying. In the next hour, let's get this thing down under 200. Thank you very much. Again, 280 is the number. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, memberships, Venmo, whatever you'd like to do. We appreciate it. This text coming in, Mr. Imholt, after your client is acquitted, can you tell the judge this gigger nets it? Yes. I will certainly do that. That will be my catchphrase after I win cases. Thank you. Now we've got people sending. This better not be. God, why do you keep sending me the photos of the guy with the blood coming from everywhere? Look closely at the upper lip at the very center part of it. The two photos on the right are identical, and the one on the left doesn't match. The shooter was Maxwell Urich, Democratic activist. They're lying to us. Oh, God. It doesn't matter. Don't get bogged down in the, this jaw doesn't match this jaw. This lip doesn't match this lip. The Crooks guy was a Democrat. Like, he'd registered as a Republican so he could vote against Trump in the primaries. That's how much of a Democrat he was. I mean, and it's kind of like the thing in Major League 2. Like, you just want to look at him and go, in Major League 1, you just want to look at him and go, who gives a shit? It's gone. You know how the day of the shooting, Joe Biden went in front of the country and said, hey, we got to tone shit down. Right? We gotta stop this stuff. We got to stop being so divisive. We can't.
We need to come together as a nation.
Right now. Over me. Sorry.
That's all good.
He said, after he got shot, I called Donald Trump old flat top. And he comes grooving up slowly. He's got Juju eyeball. He won holy roller. He's got hair. Never mind. Well, here we go. More pictures. Never mind. This isn't a picture of the shooter being killed. This is a calendar of cat balls 2024. Thank you for sending that to me. I have cat balls now instead.
Proverbs and cat balls.
Proverbs and cat balls. I'm set on animal puns. So Joe Biden comes out and he says, look, we got to tone this shit down. We got to take it easy. We can't be having people get shot. We got to fight our battles at the ballot box, and enough with all the enhanced rhetoric. Well, should we check in with Karine Jean-Pierre yesterday and see how that's going?
Oh, shit.
Let's see how that toning shit down is going at the White House.
Could she tone her jacket down? Jesus Christ.
It's a bit loud. It's a bit loud. I
feel
feel like
make that with a highlighter? What the fuck's wrong with you?
I feel like she's about to tell me how to get free money from the government. It's just be a Democrat. All right, here we go. This is Karine Jean-Pierre. This is the White House's first opportunity they've had to tone it down.
Is that Trump and the MAGA Republican agenda is a threat to democracy. So how do you get that message across while bringing the temperature down? How is that phrasing going to be replaced? Is it going to be replaced?
Well, look, what I can say is this. We have our differences, and it's okay to have our differences. And it is okay to speak to someone's record, to speak to someone's character. That is the difference of, that is important to be able to do, to show, right, what the American people, what you're all about.
Okay, that's so far so good, right?
Not really, but...
Really? Because I feel like people are allowed to do that.
Well, no, people are allowed to do that, but she's just kind of word salading this question we have here, which is like, how do you tone down? Because again, this is the part that I love, the news organizations and everyone else. Nobody's willing to admit that a large reason that this happened, if it wasn't like, literally the left trying to take, if we're not right with the conspiracy theories, then literally what this was simply somebody who wanted to take out Trump because, again, the left keeps saying he's a threat to America. He's a threat to democracy. Democracy ends. We can't let this person be in power. We can't let these people have control. If they do, your rights are gone. This is that. So again, it's a very valid question. Be like, how do you keep spreading that message while toning down the rhetoric?
Right.
So her just being like, well, you have a right to criticize people's, records and their questions. Saying someone's a threat to democracy isn't criticizing their record or questioning their performance.
Well, she's just trying to clarify. She has 20 seconds yet. Do you think maybe she again, she has a chance to tone it down here. They're asking about her, calling Trump a threat to democracy. I think you're being too hard on her.
I have no faith in this woman.
She's saying that you're allowed to speak to someone's record. I'm saying so far what you're doing is you're trying to anticipate what she's going to say next. All I'm saying is give her a chance. So far what she said is correct. You're allowed to speak to people's record. And now I'm going to get her back and say that she's trying to tone things down. And you're saying that you're not trusting her at all. Let's see who gets paid off here in the end.
We're just going to continue to denounce violence. It is important to do that, forcefully be against violence. Political violence has no place in America. It should not be. It does not have a place here. The president's going to continue to be very, very forceful about that. But we have a difference of agenda. That is the truth.
So they're not going to stop calling him a threat to democracy, are they?
They're not going to start calling him a threat to democracy, and apparently it's okay to be forcefully against violence.
We're going to be so violently against violence, we're going to shoot violence in the fucking ear. Do you understand me? We are
You want to cause some violence, motherfucker? I'll lay you out, bitch.
We are done with violence around here, and we will beat the fuck out of anybody who doesn't agree.
You and your 40 friends might want to commit violence, but not before I turn your face into a canoe.
So I think that
I'll take that money on Venmo, by the way.
It does indeed sound like Karine Jean-Pierre does not want to stop calling Donald Trump a threat to democracy. Here's the problem. When you call someone a threat to democracy, some crazy people who like you
are going to want to remove that threat no matter what.
They're going to claim that they love democracy and they're big fans of democracy and they don't want to see it destroyed, and Donald Trump might destroy said democracy.
And when your social mouthpieces like Joy Reid and MSNBC and others keep comparing Donald Trump to Hitler and going, he said this thing that Hitler said. This is just like Hitler. You're going to get someone who's stupid to be like, if I knew Hitler was going to take power and I could stop it.
Right, isn't that the big, that's the big time travel question, isn't it?
Yeah, like, if you could go back in time, wouldn't you kill baby Hitler? Like, it just, again, I'm saying this is where we go, no, you guys are literally responsible for this. You can't, you're not responsible to the point of, where you need to be brought in on charges, but, no, you have to understand, you motivated this person.
Yeah.
You did that. People are dumb, pliable pieces of goo, and you motivated that motherfucker to shoot at the president. And ironically enough, somehow provided him with every opportunity to do said motivation. That part's a little sus.
I don't know if this matters at all. I don't know if this is maybe affecting their decision not to stop calling Donald Trump a threat to democracy, but the new 3W Insights poll yesterday that came out shows that Trump's up by 4 in the general election against Biden.
Yeah, dude, there are people who literally said the election was over the minute Donald Trump stood up and put his fist up.
And, he pumped his fist and that whole thing.
Yeah, there was a comedian, actually, who did a really funny bit on it. I don't know if you got that clip from Not the Bee, but I can go find it again if you want.
Who was the comedian?
Nobody, but he changed it.
I'm sure he doesn't like to hear that.
Well, fuck, I don't recognize him. But it's just he changed his set right beforehand. It's about how it was from the story that was about how was it New York Times or the Post or somebody, Forbes? I think Forbes made an article of will Donald Trump use being shot at as another reason to endow himself with the black vote. Well, at the bottom of the article, there was a link of a comedian who changed his set right before he went on because of what happened. And it's a black comedian and it's hilarious because he pretty much says he's like Donald Trump shit. Like, I don't want to say his set and do his shit for him, but it's actually kind of funny, like the whole thing that he does. So,
and you said Not the Bee had it?
Not the Bee had it with the article on the thing.
We'll find this fucking thing.
Here, I'll go get it. I know
We'll find the goddamn thing. Oh no, this is the trash. This is the Mayor Adams teaching people how to use a garbage can bit. What was it? What was the topic? What was the story? The Forbes guy. I remember.
Forbes retracting an article that they published.
Oh, we're gonna talk about the Jack Black thing too.
Oh yeah, that was horrible.
The Tenacious D. You know what really made me sad about that? The media doesn't know who Kyle Gass is. They don't know who the other half of Tenacious D is.
Oh, dude, like I started that with I'm a Tenacious D fan.
Well, they were like one of his bandmates or one of his friends chimed in, and I'm like, that's KG, dude. I mean, that's not.
That's Kyle Gass.
Yeah, that's
like the whole thing started with celebrating Kyle Gass's birthday. You motherfuckers.
Yeah.
Like. That's what it was. Here, I'm gonna Facebook you the link.
I've got it. I've got the story. You're saying it's the one at the bottom here. This comedian adjusted his set right before going on stage of the event.
This was as that happened that day.
Y'all seen the president? Well, the nigga that's running, Trump. He got shot, dog. They shot him. This nigga done been shot. This nigga done went to jail. He done scammed people. And this nigga my uncle. Who the fuck? Who the hell? He's black. He's officially black now, bro. This is beautiful. They shot him. He was like, yeah, I'm having a fight. He was fine. He was doing like this and walked out with an American flag on him. Like this. He put one of these like, I'm a real nigga. Fuck, nigga, I'm out of here. That's hard, bro. I wasn't even finna vote. I'm voting now, dog. He got it. He won. I wasn't even finna vote. I had no skin in the game. I like, that nigga got shot. He won. Fuck the bullshit. He had real ops, nigga. What the fuck? Joe Biden biggest op is the stairs. That's it. He had real ops. Somebody really tried to listen. That's how you know he a real nigga, bro. Joe Biden has been trying to kill himself his whole presidency. So nobody had to kill this nigga. Nobody had to try to kill it. Trump been just ready to go his whole time. And like, we gotta fucking off his ass. And missed. And just skip this ear and miss. That's crazy, bro. Hey, Mexican nigga, you fuck with Trump? Yeah? Hell yeah, that was good. Huh? You say amen? He not God, nigga, what the fuck? That was crazy.
All right, anyways, but yeah, so it kind of proves the point.
Yeah, because I was standing up like, hey, man, that's racist to say that black people are going to love Trump just because he got shot. Then a bunch of black people go, oh, I love Trump. He got shot. It's like, guys. Never mind. I was trying to do a thing, but I guess fuck it. MSO saying that Corinne Jean-Pierre's jacket was from the In Hot Water collection. Oh, okay. Bitter by You says the hypocrisy. Trump is a threat to democracy, or Hitler is just them law tubing like these douches. What? Do you know what he was trying to say?
No, I'm trying to figure that out.
I have no idea what the fuck you were trying to say. 280 away from today's goal. If you'd like to contribute to our show, we really would appreciate that. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, memberships, Rumble Rants. We get that number down to 0. Our show stays going the way it is. And we add 30 minutes of overtime to everything. So if you feel like getting irresponsible with your money, if you feel like throwing a good chunk at us, let's do that. Let's get her under 200 by the end of this hour. Let's go on a rally. Thank you guys very much. However you'd like to contribute, we do appreciate it. Speaking of Donald Trump, he made an appearance at the Republican National Convention yesterday.
Yeah.
And boy, were they, everyone seemed real delighted to see him, you know.
Oh, I thought they would have been pissed.
Nothing brings
Damn
all
it,
these,
he survived.
Nothing brings all these nothing brings all these Republicans together quite like this guy getting shot at. So all these people who didn't like Trump, they're just kind of like, Like, I guess we kind of have to like him now. We look like a dick if we don't. Like all these never Trump Republicans.
Yeah.
Now it's like, fuck this guy. He never stops kicking the shit out of us. Like, you would have thought they would learn not to resist a long time ago.
At this point, it almost seems like some sort of like cosmic gag to fuck with them. Because at every point, it's like, we're going to get him. We're going to get him. They even thought they got him once the indictment stuff came out and he was guilty. It's like, oh, and he's a felon, guys. You don't want to vote for a felon. And they're like, nope, he's more popular now. And they're like, fuck.
Yeah.
And then the assassination thing, it's just like, now he's even more popular. Just fuck.
Yeah, people think you're picking on him now, so they like him. So now he gets shot. Look at this. He shows up at the RNC with a fucking bandage on his ear from, when the guy tried to shoot him in the face. Jesus. Listen to the ovation he gets walking in. This is after he had announced that J.D. Vance is going to be his running mate. Apparently, a lot of people like that pick. I'm relatively familiar with J.D. Vance. He's kind of a
I remember he's done some stuff that's kind of made him stand out recently. But I thought someone also told me that he thought Trump was the devil.
Yeah, he's shit on Trump in the past. Bad. Like, he's called him lots of bad shit.
Which makes it interesting that he picked him as the VP.
I think they're cool now. I think they've been cool.
I'm sure they're a lot cooler now that he got a job out of it.
Yeah, right.
I respect him picking someone who's fucked with him, though. Just being like, yeah, we're going to do this for the job. I don't give a fuck if you called me a piece of shit.
Yeah. Well, here's Trump walking into the RNC yesterday. God damn it with that fucking song. I can't stand it. It would be great if Trump did one of these with the bad ear. I can't hear you. Turn my headphones up. That fucking Lee Greenwood song. I came in here. I said, I can't take that fucking Lee Greenwood song.
Where's my snare?
Who are the 5 greatest rappers of all time? Dylan, 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 and Dylan.
And I had to start again. Just my children and my wife. Thank my lucky stars.
You know how happy I would have been if those planes would have hit Lee Greenwood instead of the Twin Towers? And, I still got to stare at the Twin Towers, but Lee Greenwood never sang that fucking song again. Because it was 9/11 that brought that shit back.
I know.
That song was dead and buried. It was mothballed. It was in the annals of history. And those fucking
Lee
towers
was
fall.
the only person who was happy on 9/11.
Well, I mean, the only person maybe that wasn't a jihadi.
No,
that was
all right, fair enough.
Happy on 9/11.
I suppose, and not in his family.
And they will fight our battles with us now.
Because the flag still stands for freedom, and they can't take that away.
Oh, Don Jr.'s crying. His daddy's okay.
And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free.
Oh,
forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today.
Dude, it's still fucking wild to think this dude got shot.
Yeah.
It's still crazy to be like, he got fucking shot, dude.
The bullet grazed his ear.
Oh, my God. We could have watched a guy get killed on TV. Just boom, take one right to the dome.
And I don't want that to happen to any person. I don't want that to happen. But there's a morbid piece of me that does want to see the footage.
I can't. I remember one time I was watching a World War II documentary, and they got to the rape of Nanking, and there was a Japanese soldier shooting a Chinese dude in the back of the head, and the way that looked, even in black and white, I was like, ooh, no, thank you.
'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. Sing it. God bless the U.S.
Just at that point yell out, you ain't much fun since I quit drink. Oh, sorry, wrong song. Did I Did I do that wrong? Sing it,
Sing
everybody.
it. Everybody in the bar getting tipsy. Oh, I'm sorry. It's the song of the summer.
No, it's not. Bullshit. Bullshit. It's not the song of the summer. I've already named a new song of the summer.
What's the new song of the summer?
Somebody Pour Me a Drink by Post Malone and Blake Shelton. It's already... Are you not hearing that one when you DJ?
Well, I haven't DJ'd in the bars. This week will be the first week. I'll be this Saturday. I'll be at Winners. All the other DJing I've been doing has been to help out my buddy in Bach, and he when he needs a DJ.
This is the new fucking song of the summer, dude. I'm willing.
I don't know.
Oh.
I can definitely see it being a popular song, but alcoholics especially.
But that's all you need for a song of the summer. It needs to be alcoholics. I mean, okay, we can maybe share. Shabuzi gets the first half of the summer. Post Malone gets the second half of the summer. I'm telling you, man, I am all about Post Malone as a country music artist.
Well, I'll tell you what. I have to go. I think I'm working in Bach this Friday, and there is an insanely, for those of you that want to go out to Bach, insanely hot lady named Dallas. If she's working that, she does exclusively country music. If she's working that weekend, I'll get that song for her, and if she agrees to dance to it, then I'll go. Yeah, it's a summer song for sure.
You have a picture of Dallas?
Not on hand, but
fuck her.
I'll explain Dallas this way. Insanely hot, insanely young, hot version of Demi Moore. Like hot version, like bigger in the front. All natural, by the way. Just
really?
Yeah, dude. I'll put it this way: if I showed you a picture, you'd be like, okay, how young is she?
Oh, really? That young?
Well, she's like 23, I think, or 24.
Okay.
But you're gonna look I'm just saying, knowing your type that I've seen.
Okay.
Yeah, you'd be like, oh my god.
How tall is this stripper?
She's not very tall. She's like a 5'6" maybe.
Okay. I try to stay away from that height now. It's cursed.
Oh.
It's cursed. Cursed be its name.
Well, then you're gonna have that issue.
Okay. Landers says, yeah, seriously, Aaron, your taste in music is extremely questionable. I would bet we're not calling her Slampiece anymore. We got to come up with a new name. People wanted me to call her. Some people are saying Lady Steel Toe. I'm not doing the lady thing. No. Landers, seriously, Aaron, your taste in music is extremely questionable. I would bet Slampiece is indeed a tiny Asian man named Poe. Poe! Gotcha. Hurry up, man. You wonder why it's hard not to believe you didn't do butt stuff with Nick, says King Kong Dong. Now, stop.
What does that mean?
Chevy fan says Menards must have a dildo section. It's a good song. Oh, no. Honky says Johnny singing about his Asian girlfriend. Somebody pour me a chick. Oh. Jesus, you guys.
She's not Asian.
They travel the desert with ghosts with $5, says Aaron, can you please do an extended freak out regarding Ricada Coke binge, truffle shuffle on meth. Wow out, please. No, I'm not going to do that. That sounds disastrous to my health, buddy. I don't think
Nick Ricada really can't get into that song because then he'd be like, somebody pour me a drink, somebody line me a bump.
Somebody pour me a drink. Don't bother bringing my kids. Well, you got to stay away from that shit. I don't know if booze is part of it. I think Coke is part of it.
I think honestly, if you have an addiction issue like that, where it's gotten to that point, I feel like you should be away from all addictive.
Oh yes, health wise, he absolutely should. I'm saying I don't know if it's part of.
No, but I'm saying from the state's concern, like. Because if you're on one, then how hard is it to slip to another? Like, I don't know, man.
It's hard to really shit on, like, be like, the state's being over-aggressive with my children. Because if there's been one complaint about CPS historically for people, it's been that they let shit go too far and, like, kids get hurt.
Yeah.
And they don't do, like, April always said that about her ex-boyfriend's sister lost a kid.
Right, yeah, we've heard that.
And that she had a drug problem and everything else. And April always would cry just these giant tears for this baby and everything. She's like, the goddamn drugs. It was the drugs that caused it. And then she ends up in the situation she ends up in. I never even used that on her either. That was too mean to me. I was going to say, and I'm not going to say the child's name unless, I don't think it's public information, so I won't. But it's like, what would, let's say the baby's name was Sarah. I thought about sometimes pulling what would Sarah think of you right now? In the state you're in. And now, ironically, she ends up losing 8 kids now because of her drugs and all that. But, you know, her complaint about that was she always said, she goes, CPS didn't get involved in time. She goes, CPS should have been more involved. They should have gotten that kid out of there. It wasn't a healthy situation, so on and so forth. And so if anybody, if there's ever been a complaint about CPS historically, people usually say, you know, they didn't get involved.
They don't do enough. They don't get involved soon enough. So the idea that they're being heavy-handed would be out of the norm.
Right. King Kong Dong says, I think Slampy should take your asshole's nickname, Cum Zone. That's not, wait a minute. First of all, that's not a name I want her to have. Second of all, that is not my asshole's name. Oh, they travel the desert with ghosts with $2 says, I meant a funny little freak out on the show. Oh, we'll talk about the new documents that came out yesterday, and then we'll move on. Cambodian River Pig also wanted me to play his Andrew Tate clip he has of Andrew Tate talking about women.
Oh, boy.
And from what I've seen of it so far, it's a pretty interesting little rant that old Andrew Tate went on. Before we get into any of that, guys, 275 away from today. If we could go ahead and knock that out, I would appreciate it. If you want to get on that PayPal, get on that Venmo, very cool. Let's stay ahead of that today and knock that out and make it another win for the toe. So the conspiracy theories are flying regarding the Donald Trump stuff. Obviously, we've went through a few of them. We all have our own ideas. I like coming up with my own and then listening to the conspiracy people and seeing if any of mine like make the cut.
Line up?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like if any of the professional with the same thing I did, because I have 2 so far. Either they're trying to get him to stop doing these rallies because it makes Biden look bad. And this was but then again, how are you going to get a guy just to graze his ear? That's too much of a risk just to shut down the rallies.
Yeah.
The second one is just they let this happen because the deep state wants to see this guy taken down.
I definitely believe they at least let it happen.
Yeah, because
if not had a plan to. The other thing, like, that's too weird for this. Like, if it were some like left or right, like kind of nut job person, we've always seen these people have maybe not like a very public one, maybe not anything interesting in it, but they've always had an online presence. Like they've had an access to like, the psychobabble of the internet that helps fuel their desire to do this. It's really, really weird of like, we got nothing on this kid. We saw him in a video once. Here's a picture of him as a high schooler. We're going to show that all the time for some stupid reason. Like it just, and then his dad bought him a new gun recently, and then he just went out there and did it, and then it obviously looks like they let it happen. Yeah. We have photos and videos of people just going, "There's a dude up there," like.
Oh shit! I don't know, man. I just it's too big of a fuck up, you know. It's just way too big of a fuck up that they never make. King Kong Dong says it was Bob Lee Swagger. You know what, Johnny? I wouldn't know. Never met the man. All I know about the guy that did it, this Crooks, they dropped a building on his ass. It's like the fact that there was nobody on that roof is. I can't let that one go. So, oh, by the way, Coltrane sent in $2 and says this is Nick Rekieta's song of the summer, and it's Marilyn Manson's "I Don't Like the Drugs, but the Drugs Like Me." Thank you, buddy. You guys are fucking mean. 275 away from today's goal. Let's hit it. We need to probably do a little work. We're falling behind a little bit here. But if you want to help us rally up, that would be cool. So Glenn Beck was talking about this yesterday. Dallas Alexander, part of the Special Operations Unit that broke the world record for the longest confirmed sniper kill, he thinks that this was an inside job. And they talked about it on Glenn Beck's show yesterday. And the Glenn Beck people, they were a little skeptical about the whole thing. They're not so sure that this was an inside job. But
to the Glenn Beck program, and we say hello.
Let's jump around a little.
You don't believe that this was just incompetence on the Secret Service's side?
Yeah, that's right.
Can you make the case?
Yeah, I think, like you said, I have some experience. I did that job for a long time, close protection and protecting VIPs and stuff up to and including our Prime Minister in Canada was part of my job. And I think looking at the situation yesterday, or the day before rather, any amount of tactical professional, and I've seen the videos, and there was I don't know how many on the ground from police and Secret Service, and there was too many people there to not have the most obvious position covered. Like I said this before, children who play Call of Duty or go to paintball would know that roof is the most important position.
Yeah. That's what I can't get over. Like, you had an amazing vantage point to where the president was speaking. It should have been one of the first places you had people posted up on. In a weird way, I'm giving the Secret Service a lot of credit, and I'm saying it maybe was an inside job because you guys are smarter than that. Like, you guys are really fucking good at your jobs, and you missed that roof. I don't believe you.
And like he said, and I don't really play Call of Duty, but I do play a lot of different like video games and shooters and stuff. And yeah, in like real world competitive shooters, in terms of from a sniping point, that building is like absolutely perfect. If nothing's in your way to get there, if nobody's going to stop you, if there's no security, if there's no team up there, yeah, that's the perfect spot to line up to take the shot.
And it would be one of the first places a Secret Service person should be posted up at.
Yeah, there should literally be a sniper team already there to cover other vantage points and the crowd.
It's just hard to believe that they just, again, I'm giving them a compliment by saying it's hard for me to believe that they just
I totally
fucked up.
think it was either, it was either they did this to take him out, or they left that open so somebody could if it was going to happen.
Right.
And that building is one of the most important buildings to secure, period. Like, just not picking that up is impossible.
It seems impossible to me, but, sometimes the impossible happens just through sheer incompetence.
How many times, though, with the Secret Service has that happened? I'm just playing the odds on this one. How many times has that happened with the Secret Service? Oh, never in my lifetime, not once.
You're telling me the same Secret Service that claims they have to give Joe Biden how to walk to the podium instructions because they're just that super thorough and they do it for everybody. They have to do that for him. They do all that shit. But they missed the most obvious building right there, the prime spot.
Yeah. Sorry, I can't buy it.
So what are you in your world where you're just wargaming this? I think it's important for people to know there's no evidence of anything yet except questions, and what the question Dallas just brought up is 100% valid and needs to be answered to satisfactorily.
Oh, and by the way, I'm calling it right now. They're totally Mandalay Bay shooting this thing. Like we're just going to move on. We're never going to get an answer as to why that building wasn't occupied. We're not going to get any answer about any of the malfeasance from the Secret Service or the local police. They're not going to answer our questions. Fuck you, and they're going to move on.
Well, that's, I mean, I don't blame them for doing it. There's no winning for them releasing information or not, but it does certainly make them look more guilty. And like I said, all of this just solidifies Donald Trump being the president moving forward. It makes it even harder for them to steal the election because there'll be too many of us that go, no, we didn't vote for that motherfucker.
Yeah.
So like the only way they make it happen is if they somehow, and I know they're trying to, if they manage to make it so that like literally illegal aliens and, just illegal aliens and people from outside, people who aren't residents of the country could vote. And that makes it scary because what's to stop someone from coming in on like a tourist visa from China and saying, I want to pick this person? Again, it's just, there's no logistical way Biden can win unless they pull something truly fucky.
Yeah.
We have to know why they weren't watching that if they weren't. So what do you think would have happened?
Well, I think that, and this is what I said on a video yesterday, is that, and this isn't me pointing a finger at anyone in particular or a party or an agency, but someone within like the inside, quote unquote, had to have helped with this. Like you can't walk through layers of security like that and then climb up a ladder to the most obvious shooting position and take a shot at, the former president and maybe future president. Like, there's somewhere along that chain, I think there's talk of coming out that he had a van and there was explosives, and so details are going to be crazy for a little while. But just from that to having the shots happen, there had to be someone that helped with that.
Dallas, they did say that this was not part of the. Not part of the secure location. This was an adjacent property. So
okay, but why not? When the president comes to speak, they don't just check out they don't go to the property line and then stop. That's a bullshit excuse. They don't go, oh, we're not going to check the place next door that has a great vantage point for a shooting because, we don't want to violate anybody's property rights.
Yeah, that's what the guy that I was talking to, fuck me. That's what the guy that was talking to the news reporter that I was showing in a clip yesterday was saying, is just like, yeah, there's a highway in the way, but it's just, again, it's a clear shot from here to there, like it's just right there. And they had people on other parts of those buildings in that area. And we also have had reports of, again, the sniper that took the shot to take the guy out apparently had a bead on the guy for quite a while, but was told not to take the shot until he was a credible threat. And so it's just, that was what I was hearing yesterday. I don't know if it's true or not yet, so
yeah,
that might not be. But,
I hope they fucked up. I do. But it's hard for me to believe that they fucked up this hard. Yeah.
I don't think they fucked up.
Yeah, I think they're really mad at this kid for missing. They're like, we went to a lot of work to open this thing up for you, and you fucked it up on us. Kiki's Disco Wedding with $2 says, how about the cop who got him had for 3 minutes? Dude, there were a bunch of people pointing at this mother. He wasn't even hiding. He wasn't camoed up or anything. He was just sitting there. People were like,
And a lot of people noticed him.
Yeah. A lot of people totally noticed, and nobody did a goddamn thing. Nobody did anything. Biden's plan in November from the elections in Rwanda. And then, it just shows a guy winning with 99.15% of the vote. Yeah, fuck it, dude. Go big. Go big at this point. By the way, thank you, Kiki's Disco Wedding, for the $2. We appreciate it. Guys, we're 275 away. We would appreciate a little bit of a rally here if we could fire that up for today. Keep the show going. We started at 300 today, so we haven't made much headway, but we do appreciate those who have chipped in. Let's see if we can keep things going. Get it under 200 by 8 o'clock, and we'll be on a good pace. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, Venmo, all the links are in the chat. Take a minute, click on them, throw a couple of bucks our way. We would appreciate that. Okay, the Tenacious D thing. Apparently, and god damn do they look fucking old.
Yeah, dude.
I mean, Jack Black looks like horse shit.
Kyle Gass is getting hard to look at, too, just because the way his face is aging.
Yeah.
Like, even when he was young, he looked old.
Right. He looks a little bit like Dr. Demento a little bit at this point.
Yeah.
And Jack Black just looks like a homeless wizard. Like, it's rough. And like, Jack Black's politics are pretty wacky. Like, he's pretty far out there. And apparently Kyle Gass is, too. They were talking about it being, I believe it was Kyle Gass's birthday.
Yep.
And Kyle Gass is the Jack Black's partner in Tenacious D, their band. And the media was reporting it as Jack Black's friend and bandmate. Like, they weren't even saying Kyle Gass's name. There was like a member of his band said X, Y, and Z. It's like, oh no.
The band is two people.
Right. Kyle Gass, Jack Black's partner in their band Tenacious D, offered a pointed wish from a concert stage over the weekend after the assassination attempt against former President Donald Trump, saying, quote, "Don't miss Trump next time." Now,
I watched that video.
Just a dog shit thing to say. And also, I think as this week goes on, you're going to see more and more shit like this. Like, more and more people are just going to let the mask slip a little.
Oh, lots of people did. Lots of people posted on Twitter like, oh, if only he hadn't missed, whatever.
Yeah.
Bill Maher went on stage before one of his sets and publicly said that he denounced it. And he said, and a lot of people will make their jokes and say it's a joke or whatever of, oh, if only he hadn't missed. He's like, not me. I'm not going to say that. I don't believe that. So, like, it was a boring way to do it, but he kind of stood up for the idea of, like, dude, it's not cool. He's like, we don't do that on the left. We don't use violence to solve our problems. We don't shoot people. And I'm sitting there, I'm thinking, like, you clearly don't remember the Rainbow Bullies and some of the things they do with violence and shoot. But okay,
or John Hinckley Jr. shooting Reagan, or
okay, so the left doesn't shoot people. Sure, all right, fine, moving on. But yeah, he's about the only person I know of that's even just publicly been like, I'm glad he wasn't shot. I don't approve of violence, because that's the weird part too. All of these people are the same people who are like, we don't approve of violence. These people are going to violently take away your rights. These people are a threat or whatever. Like, we don't approve of violence. But if only this violence had worked.
Right. Well, here's the Kyle Gass clip. They're singing happy birthday to him, and he makes himself a little birthday wish.
Happy birthday to you. Make a wish, Canada. Don't miss Trump next time.
Even people in their own crowd, there were a few, whoa.
Yeah.
Jesus, dude. I mean, look, I'm not saying the guy should be canceled or anything, or he should have everything taken away from him, but it's a pretty dog shit thing to do. I would like to see this guy's head blown off because I don't like him politically and I don't want him to be president. That's, I mean, even for a piece of shit like me, that's a bit rich.
I don't agree with the guy's political views. Kill him.
Yeah, right? That's the wish. He's basically saying, I don't like this guy's politics. Kill him next time. J. Brock Contrarian says, why exactly did Aaron leave the Indigo Girls? By the way, Aristocox, I heard a rumor from somebody that Hobo was like, oh, I don't know if Aaron wants us at the thing because he said he didn't want to do internet people at his shows anymore. Guys, you're fans of the show.
You're more than welcome.
I'm talking about internet people who do shows and want to be my buddy and want to get booked on the show. Fuck that. Not doing it. We'll keep it steel toe people. That means friends, family,
fans.
Corey, Tom, Oz, Matt, Johnny, the Aristococks are fans of the show. I want them there. They're part of the family. So yes, of course the Aristococks are coming to the anniversary show.
People were trolling me going, Johnny, what do you have to say about Aaron calling you an internet person and not his friend? And I'm just like, wait, what are you talking about? Because he's like, we don't want any internet people at the show. And I'm like, I'm not an internet person. Like, I've met him we've hung out in real life. Like,
I don't.
It was weird.
Yeah, I don't understand that.
The way they'll twist anything, like he said something that wasn't absolutely positive of you, he's hating on you. Like
I drive them into mental damage, and then they go, "I've got him," and it's like, no, you've driven yourself nuts, is what you've done.
Well, they do it on both ends too now, because now if I say anything that isn't like blowing smoke up your ass, like Johnny's revealing the secrets, like what? That I think he doesn't do a setup as well as I do? Yeah, I've told that to his face. He's well aware.
Well, that's like the Kiwi Farms guys were writing about this. I saw somebody write this. They go, there's nothing douchier or worse than a steel toe A-log. First of all, they're like, the fact that Aaron has detractors and a community around him that hates him. They go, Aaron, they're basically saying Aaron hasn't earned that. He's a gay F word. So like, it's not like they love me, but they're like, his detractors are the worst in the world. They're just the dumbest fucking people. They're like, they watch Aaron, I believe their quote was, they watch Aaron take a sip of water and they go, oh, the mask is slipping. And it's true. That is it's pretty much how they are. Guys, 275 away. Let's wake up the donos a little bit today. We are been on for almost 2 hours. We've made a whopping $25 today. If you'd like to throw in a little bit, let's get Streamlabs, PayPal, and Venmo hopping, if you would, so we can get around 200 by 8 o'clock. So I'm not tapping my knee and all that shit, because we got a lot of good stuff today. We're almost done with our Trump stuff. We got one more Trump story. Then we will cover these new documents that came out regarding my old life in the Rickade House. I like to look at when the new documents come out, because I will say this kind of stuff helps me, because it helps me see what I would have been in if I wouldn't have made the decision to leave. Like, I look at it and I go, oh shit, this would have been me. Like, I would have been in this same fucking situation. It would have been awful. And like, it would be we were talking about this last night. It'd be all over for me. Like, I don't have a trust fund. I'd be in the same boat April's in. Cause like, I can't do a show every day. I'll run my big fucking mouth. You can't really, everyone's going to hate you because of what you did to, you were doing this with these kids and everything. I'm glad that I wasn't a coke guy. I'm glad that any drug taking I did was very, very, very sparingly. And that I didn't really develop a taste for the old powder. And
I'm a Minnesota boy. I love the snow.
Yeah. And so like seeing all these documents come out, it's kind of, I watch it and I go, okay, so this would have happened to me. That would have happened to me. This would have, it would have ended up. I would be a part of this, basically. So we'll take a look at that in a little bit. Coyote NV with $9.99. Thank you very much. Let that be the start of a rally, boys and girls. 265 away from today. Let's hammer it out and call it a win. So before we get to those documents, we were talking about people who have been saying fucked up shit about the Trump assassination.
Right.
And it costing them jobs. We did a story last night about a hospital worker who, said, oh, you had one job and you couldn't fucking do it right. And that person got fired. Well, now a Pennsylvania firefighter has resigned for writing on Facebook, quote, this is all he wrote, and this cost him his job. Too bad it didn't hit him square. That's it. And I'm going to be honest. It's a shitty thing to write. It's a horrible way to be. But at the same time, I mean, having to leave his job, it's a shitty thing to write. You're being a cunt. But at the same time, do you get fired from your gig for that one?
I mean, I don't know. Would he have gotten fired from his gig for that one if he had said that about any other person, like not just like any other person that had been shot at and not hit? Like if it was not a political person or anyone, if he had just expressed a desire for someone to have been assassinated,
I don't know if he would have been fired. I mean, he resigned.
Then I'd say no, he shouldn't lose his gig for the president. Then I don't think you should have special privileges for wishing an assassination attempt was successful based on who the attempt was on.
Yeah.
I don't think you should get more or less punished if you're not if as a society or whatever his fire department or whatever wouldn't give a shit if it was just about some guy or a police chief or some criminal or whatever. Like, oh, too bad it didn't hit him square, and they'd be like, hey man, that's not cool. Take the post down. Then that should be the same for the president. I mean, it's just,
sure.
Yeah.
I agree. I want to address Fly High real quick. He says, you really can't pick up on context clues. This is one of those A-log people we were talking about. Johnny's sick of this shit, and it's written all over his face. Two things. Number one, that's up to Johnny if he's sick of this shit and it's written all over his face. Number two, and I'm not saying this to Johnny, I'm saying this to Fly High. It's my show. And if I want to talk about something, I will talk about something. And I've never said that my co-host has to love it or they have to think it's great or whatever. And if they don't have thoughts on it, I'll fly solo on that particular topic. So, yeah, don't sit here and concern troll for Johnny, you fucking weirdo.
They've been doing that for a while.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Melissa Lynn says he should be fired or resign. The guy who actually did die was a firefighter as well. That's a good point. The guy who died was a firefighter. He got shot in the head protecting his family. But at the same time, I don't know.
Well, that's where I feel like as a firefighter, like you wouldn't want to even just wade in on it. Like regardless of your feelings about the president, like somebody else died heroically protecting his family. That's where I'm like, you know what? How about I don't put my stupid, petty thought out on the internet or in any way for other people to ingest, because one, it changes absolutely nothing, and two, it is petty. You don't like the person, and a chance for that person to get killed came up, and you're like, oh, damn, if only. That'd be like if all of us, every time that Biden fell on the stairs climbing into the plane going, oh, damn, if only this time it killed him. No, you just keep that petty shit to yourself, man.
Yeah. It's shitty. Again, it's shitty behavior. And by the way, this guy stepped down. We do have a statement from him. His name's Tony Bendel. He says, to everyone, please accept this as my resignation from the firehouse. I just can't do this. I mean, I love it when I hear people who like totally step in internet shit on their own and they get like 100 comments and they go, oh my God, I can't do this. And then I think, what the fuck is wrong with me that I do this every day? And all the crazy shit that's come out about like this program and, you know, what I've been associated with and the people I've been tied to and all this other shit. And I'm sitting here going, well, back to the salt mines and then, clock in, clock out, goals at 265. Here we go. Like this firefighter writes one little quip about Trump. 100 people tell him he's an asshole. And he goes, I can't do this. It's too much. Like, geez, is this guy a pussy or am I severely mentally ill or both? Well,
probably both.
It's I was going to say there's an easy answer to one of those. He says, this is so beyond anything that should ever be happening. I have been threatened. My family has been threatened. My friends have been threatened. I have never felt so unsafe in my life. Now, I will say this guy doesn't deserve that just for a little quip he made on the internet.
But again, if you don't want those kinds of things to happen, making little quips on the internet to someone, again, Donald Trump isn't a figure or a character that has a whole lot of like lukewarm people. It's pretty staunchly committed one side or the other. Yeah. People are feverishly for or against at this point.
Oh, God,
so you're attracting haters the minute you put that out.
This is so far past anything that should ever be condoned. I mean, you did hope that a guy running for president would be murdered. I mean, again, I get it and I agree with you, but you are not an easy guy to be sympathetic to because you brought this on yourself. Nobody asked you to say anything. It's not like anyone said, hey, Tony, what do you think about the president getting shot? And then you went, well, if you want my opinion. You just offered it out there. He says, it's one thing to ruin my life. I accept that. But to put everyone else in danger around me, to shut down everyone's daily life, this is not okay. Again, this guy morally preening is just not pulling at my heartstrings. If you condone what's currently occurring, you should take a long, hard look in the mirror as well. I made a mistake with that simple statement. I own that. But to threaten those around me with harm that had no part in this, I can't do it. I'm sorry to everyone who is currently affected by this. I'm ashamed that I've brought this to you. I've already lost several people extremely close to me. I expect to lose more. I've hit my breaking point and don't think I can do it much longer. I'm sorry, and I wish everyone the best. I hope you all make $1 million. I'm kidding. That last part was not something he said. But again, like if you should be apologizing to anyone, you should be apologizing to these people that are being harassed because you made this comment.
Right. I think he's making the public mea culpa, hoping that'll end or whatever, and then saying I'm going away. But the internet doesn't really like take their victories and go, all right, guys, we won. Let's pack it up and go home.
It's not their forte. It's not what they're known for. Rupert with $4.99 says, your point is why I'm really getting sick of libs of TikTok. She's just vindictive and as bad as these cry bullies on the left. You know, I feel that sometimes. I do feel like sometimes it gets petty.
Yeah.
You know? And you're like, this is just some fucking firefighter in Pennsylvania. Like, it's just some yo-yo, some dick. Like, let them take care of each other. You know what I mean? Like, let the people in Pennsylvania take care of this guy. Or let the firehouse take care of this guy. We don't need to make him a national example just because he said something we don't like. It is weird to see like a libs of TikTok go, oh, this guy, I don't like what this guy said. Let me put him on blast. It's like, well, isn't that the thing we're all complaining about all the time? You know, like call out culture and cancel culture. I thought that shit was bad. I can't keep up anymore.
Yeah, but hasn't libs of TikTok always kind of existed to do the call out and cancel culture just on the libs that do it themselves? I always feel like the libs of TikTok was always kind of retaliatory in that sense.
Yeah, that was their idea of fighting back. But I will say this, if like, then whose side do you get to be on? Because if your whole thing is I'm against this kind of tattletale bullshit, but everyone else does the tattletale bullshit and their justification is, well, they're still doing it, so I'll still do it, then everybody's, to quote Meet Joe Black, rotten. You know? I'm not sure.
I don't know. They pick their sides, and I just say, I'm on holiday.
I'll be on holiday. I from the next place.
God, I can't wait for my holiday.
260 away from today's goal. Guys, let's get a move on. We're halfway through today's show. We've made a whopping 40 so far. So let's get moving on that 260. I will admit to you, I am starting to get a little nervous. Let's go ahead and chip in a little bit. Unless today's show has been fucking dreadful for you, then I guess fuck us right in the ass. But we would appreciate a little something for the effort. Asking for a little bit, throw her in. Let's knock that number down today before it gets too pathetic and beggy in here, if you will. 260 is the number. I just want to see it get into the ones. That would be nice, and I can have a little bit of confidence here going forward. Okay. Let's get into the part that Johnny is fed up with. He hates it. He looks at it. He wants to hang himself. However you want to say it.
Belt.
Johnny hates this shit, and he's done. Aaron, why do you keep talking about it? Well, because it was an interesting part of my life, and I like to keep up on it. And I said from day one when I said, I'm tired of this, I'm talking about it too much, I said, I'm only going to bring this up when, Johnny?
When it's new and relevant.
When it's new and relevant. And forgive me, I will apologize to the audience for this. This is the personal part. When it's about his children, A, I knew them, and B, it gives me a window into what I would be going through right now. if I hadn't made different decisions in my life. So I do like to kind of stay close to this kind of news. So MN Public Records on Kiwi Farms. He's the guy who's been releasing all these bombshell documents, right?
Yeah.
Well, he always releases them. It's kind of a brilliant dickhead move that he's doing. He's doing this thing where Nick goes, all right, I feel confident again. I feel like the storm has passed. I feel like things have calmed down a little bit. I'm going to stream tonight. And he'll announce the stream. And people will go, all right, Nick's coming back. And then this MN Public Records goes, just wait a fucking tick, please. And then he releases a shitload of documents. Hey, look what happened with Nick's kids, or look what happened with Nick's criminal case, or look at the new revelations we have. Like, I'm just waiting for the night where Nick goes, I'm going live. Fuck you guys. I don't give a shit. I'm going live. And then that's the night the body cam footage gets dropped. And
so MN Public Records is not releasing anything like confidential, right? Like it's not like a leak source. Like these are publicly available or what?
What he's doing is not illegal.
Okay.
What he's doing is going somewhere where you can view these files, like the county courthouse. He's going somewhere where you can view these files. But he's then screenshotting them or taking pictures of them and releasing them to the public.
Oh.
This is not illegal because the records are technically already public. You can go look at them. He's just removing a step for everybody.
Of having to go there and look at them.
Yes. Exactly. So somebody had written about on Kiwi Farms, they had said, nothing proves how retarded Nick is, quite like his insistence that April living in a different building on the same plot of land is April not living with him. Now, first of all, I do think April sleeps there from time to time just because of what I know. Fooled absolutely nobody and gets proven false immediately. Why does he even bother lying about this shit? Well, I mean, I will say this. A, he does it a lot. He lies a lot. And I don't think he thinks he's lying. I think he justifies. He's a guy who takes a word of truth and then crafts the lie around it and goes, no, but this thing I said was true, so I'm not lying. And it's like, dude, that's a damaged guy.
Everything that's built off of it is a lie, though.
Yeah.
But we started with the truth. That doesn't matter.
He's mentally fucked. He's got, in my opinion, mental problems. Because his concept, Colonel, your moral compass is so fucked, I'd be surprised if you made it back to the parking lot.
He did say he was Polish, so.
Well, that's a good point. I wish we had two more of them. We could change this light bulb.
I'm only half. I don't know if it counts. More of a day walker myself.
I'm a bit of a day walker myself. Does he think it raises his standing with a judge or jury for his thruple fuck toy to be living in his in-law apartment instead of the same room as him and his wife? The problem is that the second home was already being used as a fig leaf to say that April wasn't technically living with them. That situation would have to change if he was going to try a new gambit. So, MN Public Records responds to this by saying, oh, well, I have some information for you guys. Now, I can't read these documents he put out. They're too small. He released them in like a one-sheet page.
Okay.
But there's 12 sheets on each page.
Okay.
So it's too small. I can't read it. And when I go to try and click and drag and zoom in, it zooms back out to the original image. So he luckily went and basically put a summary up of what's in these new documents. It is about the child case. It's about the child custody case. It's not about the criminal case. This is a different thing. This has updated rules and this has updated findings about what's going on with the custody situation. As you may know, Nick and Kayla's 5 children are not with them because Nick, Kayla, and April were doing cocaine and doing and they had a fucking messy house and nobody ever fucking cleaned it and it was disgusting. And it was unsuitable for children. And then, they took drugs out of the house and all this other shit. Kayla told the cops that she was the live-in nanny. Nick said, no, she's a friend. She's just visiting. I mean, usually when my friends are visiting, they don't leave their debit cards on the nightstand with cocaine on them. But, Johnny. Everyone has house guests differently.
Right. You know, like if I'm someone's house guest, I'm not going to make them use their credit card to chop the Coke. I'll use mine. It's the least I can.
Right. You know what? It's a nice way to be, what do you call that? Hospitable.
Yeah.
You
Be
know?
respectful of your hosts.
Being a nice house guest. So Nick announces he's going to stream last night. So MN Public Records goes, all right, deal with this. He writes, interesting new matter of public record attached. Nick, not necessarily all that new, since it's unclear whether the case plans have had updates since the plan established date of June 23rd. But in any case, the state filed them with the court on July 9th with no stated indication of what may or may not have changed in the interim. You will be pleased to see that the state isn't falling for that laughable separate mailing address gambit either, as their humiliating list of preconditions to return of custody includes. So now we're getting to the list of things that the state is saying you guys need to do in order to get
for the
your
kids to come back.
In order, before we start talking about your children coming back, this is what we've got to do. Their humiliating list of preconditions to return of custody includes unscheduled site visits, getting full access to every room in both homes. So that's new. We haven't heard that before. So now you can't pull the my booze and drugs and everything. Well, first of all, why would you, if people's theories are correct and they are keeping it in the house that April is quote unquote staying in, then why would you put April in that position?
I don't know.
That's a really shitty spot to put her in. But then again, if she's going to live rent free, I mean, I guess not technically free, but if she's going to live there and, you know, have her bills paid and everything else, so she doesn't turn on you, then I guess she's got to pull her weight in some form or fashion. Getting full access to every room in both homes on the overall compound, which now this is MN Public Records writes, which must have been awkward for April. Good news for the children, perhaps, but unfortunately a sign of very boring times to come now that the spare house is no longer usable for whatever backup stash they were speculated to have set aside there. So the long-awaited relapse arc is now that much less likely. Well, I don't think this MN Records guy, Johnny, really understands addicts that well.
Yeah.
I mean, just because a piece of paper says you can't do this here doesn't mean it stops anybody from doing anything.
And just because they say, oh, we're going to check every house in the home and the grounds in general, doesn't mean they aren't going to be like, well, I bet I know this one little hidey hole that nobody knows about.
Right. Exactly. You know, they're not going, people think it's like Guard Hadley and the warden going, you know, tossing cells in Shawshank and shit like that. You know, like the CPS people are going to throw a rock to a wall and it's going to go through a poster and they'll find a giant coke hole in there. I don't think that's what they do.
They'll pretty much just kind of go room to room and kind of look. Maybe they'll open some drawers. But yeah. They'll just kind of look.
Unless, of course, there's some third place to go disappear for days with his studio too inaccessible to stream about 3 huge stories right in his bailiwick. I don't. Now we're getting into his guessing. But anyway, plenty of other interesting stuff worth a read, he says, including but not limited to different Kandiyohi County Health and Human Services caseworkers are now handling this for some reason rather than Alicia Sweep, that Nick flat out accused of perjury on his stream. Now, let me help with that one. The reason Alicia Sweep isn't the person listed as the CPS person in charge of this is because Alicia Sweep is in charge of the whole department. She's just the person who did it at the beginning. She can't oversee all of these. She's got an army of social workers.
She's got an army of sweepers.
Yeah, all these sweepers are now going to go through and they're going to take care of it now. Or Nick's rev. Okay, so here's some of the conditions on there. Number 1, they can now search both houses, which you had to know that was coming, Johnny, because these people aren't fucking stupid.
Right. It's you have 2 houses on a property like, oh no, our house is totally clean. Yeah, we don't need to check the other one at all. Who would think to move stuff there?
And it's not like the state
evil mastermind could plan that far ahead.
Right. And there's a pretty young blonde girl living in the other house. Like the state doesn't know that's your fuck buddy. Like the state doesn't know that's your girl. Come on. They're not. I mean, the lack of respect for the ability to obtain or disseminate the obvious from what they're seeing is.
They just need a horn dog inspector to go out there and just be like, all right, so we got to check this lady. Oh, no, that's just our friend. Oh, really? You guys aren't a thing? So then they just start hitting on April. What's up? So you're single? So like you're available?
Kate, so Nick's revocation of consent to release of his past hair test results not mattering much now that the Health and Human Services Department of Candy-Ojai County is preconditioning custody. This is important, on him submitting to not only random urine analysis and ETG. What's an ETG?
No idea.
Is that a blood test maybe?
Probably.
UA is urine analysis, I'm guessing.
Yeah, UA is urine analysis.
And then ETG, I'm guessing, is a blood test. Looking back a few days, but he also has to do regular hair tests, looking back several months all over again. So now that's an interesting new wrinkle to this that we didn't know about before. If he wants to get his kids back, number one, he has to release his past hair test results that they took when he got arrested, which you and I both know, Johnny, is going to be rife with blow.
Yeah. So much so they'll think the hair was coated in it. Like
they'll think, wait a minute, did our people roll this hair in coke before it was? I don't understand. Did we deep fry this motherfucker in cocaine? I don't understand it. But now they're going to do hair tests as, again, a precondition for you getting your kids back. So if he doesn't agree to take the hair tests, you don't get your kids. And if he does the hair test and it turns out he's been doing coke these last few months, they'll know also.
You don't get your kid.
Right. So basically, if Nick's ever going to quit cocaine, he'll wait until he quits for a couple months. Then he'll go, okay, I'll do the hair test now.
Yeah. And he'll shave his head. Okay, I'll do the hair test now.
That would be funny if Nick goes on stream and he's got a bald fucking head. How perfect would that be? Oh, Johnny, that would be so great if he shows up on stream and he's just cue bald.
I accidentally used the wife's Nair, thought it was shampoo. Whoops.
Whoopsie daisy. Now, also, Candy-Ojai County Health and Human Services frustration with how the Recadas invoking their Fifth Amendment right kept being, quote, a barrier to case planning tasks such as drug testing and talking about drug use. So what Candy-Ojai County is saying in these documents is that the Recadas not letting anyone check in on their drug use is making
Makes it harder to get the kids back.
What the county is saying is, dude, we're trying to give you an avenue to get your children back. You're making it more difficult. You're making it look like you'd rather have drugs than your kids. Because what we're saying is, hey, man, release your hair tests. We can start from there. We know it's going to be positive. You know it's going to be positive. But that's where we start day one. Boom. Now we get these hair tests going forward. You'll be clean, everything else. And the Recadas are stonewalling it. They're saying, no, absolutely not. And it's like, well, then there's no faith the county has that you're not doing drugs. So, yeah, we're not letting you have your kids back. They're saying that the Recadas are being a barrier to case planning because they won't move out of the drug phase.
Yeah.
So that's needed to move the process along. Also in the documents, it says, or Nick's required mental health assessment. So Nick has to go like see a shrink or a therapist or something to make sure that he's not fucked up mentally.
That'll be the worst job for that therapist.
I'm telling you,
Just
right
from what you've explained to me of Nick, I have to imagine the linguistic battles that'll be happening as he argues and debates and kind of talks away any of his issues.
Well, and a therapist will just do this to him. They'll just cross their arms, look at him, and go, "Who are you trying to convince, me or you? Because I ain't falling for this." And knowing Nick the way I do, he resents being asked to do a mental health assessment. Resents it, and people like Nick don't want to go to something like that because they don't want to be told that they're fucked up. Because in their mind, they've got everything under control. And it's like they say in AA or other programs where they're like, your best thinking got you where you are. This is not anyone's fault but yours. So you can't say that you've got it under control or you've got it taken care of because...
Yeah, I was going to say, like, I got it under control. My life's over. You're doing drugs and then wife swapping, man. It's not under control. It's gone wildly off the rails.
And the things I've seen with the hitting yourself and the throwing fits and the massive fights with his wife and everything else. And it's, you're losing it. You're losing your tether to reality. You're fucked up. And that, again, I haven't seen the motherfucker since, April or May? Probably April. I've seen Kayla, but I haven't seen him since April. And
yeah, you haven't seen him since April.
All right. But like, even then it was like, this guy's barely hanging on. And this is a month and a half before he got arrested. And I'm like, this dude's losing his fucking shit. So kept being a barrier. Nick's got to do a mental health assessment and a chemical use assessment, both being not completed after weeks to get such simple tasks done. So if he wanted to get his kids back, he's had since early June now.
Yeah.
To get a mental health assessment and a chemical use assessment. He doesn't want to be told he's an addict. He doesn't want to be told that he has mental health issues because he sees that as weakness. He sees that as, no, I'm a heavy operator. I know my shit. I'm 10 steps ahead of everybody. So he doesn't want to go in front of a professional and they go, you've got serious insecurity issues. You've got, serious, maybe some borderline personality disorder. Who knows? And then he doesn't want to do the chemical use assessment because he doesn't want to be told that he's a junkie. Because I've got it under control. See, what you don't understand about Coke is sometimes you have stress to this level and your capacity is here. And you do Coke and it brings your capacity up here. A chemical, like...
Drop some of your needs.
Right. You can drop that bullshit on April and she'll believe it because, oh, wow, Mustang. But you're not going to be able to bullshit a chemical use assessment officer on something like that. And he knows that, so he doesn't want to do that. But here's what drives me nuts. And here's what makes me so happy that I made the decision I did. Not only that, but also I don't think there was another decision for me. I think I was going to end up in this spot regardless, because just the idea of choosing something like that over my children would never occur to me. The fact that this is stuff he needs to do to put his family back together, and he's fucking refusing. I would have all this stuff done yesterday. I would have pled out already. Like, if this were me, I would have asked for whatever deal they want, cooperated however they needed, taken the tests, gone to all the programs, done all the stuff, because I would realize I've lost my fucking children. Something's wrong with me. I have to fix myself so I can get my fucking kids back and have a shot at being a father and a family man.
Yeah, if it happened to me, I'd be like, wait, you're going to take the fucker? Woo!
But
no skin off my nut. It's party time up in this egg. All right, so that's what I'd be at.
Right, but you understand, you can't blame people for seeing you that way.
Yeah, I'm a piece of shit.
In his instance, though, you can't blame people for seeing them that way because just what we know, that's how it appears. And sometimes things are as they seem. Both not being completed after weeks to get such simple tasks done, or Candy, Ojai County Health and Human Services' new insistence that Nick see through meetings of a support network. It sounds like they want him to go to AA. He ain't. I'm telling you right now, he ain't fucking doing it. He's got too much pride. You know, the old term, pride come before the fall. This is it. I mean, this is one of the most stubborn, prideful motherfuckers you'll ever meet, and he thinks he's got it under control. So
for me, gravity is usually what comes before the fall.
Yeah. Stairs come before the fall. It's understandable. But you're talking about, so what are the list of things here? They get to search both houses, blood, urine, and hair tests. Releasing.
Is this just of him or everybody in the house now? Because are we checking everybody?
This is, you're right. This is for the return of the children. So this has to be everybody. So this has to be, I would guess this has to be April too, because if they're including both houses in this order, then
they're considering her part of the household.
I wonder if she won't have to be part of this. So he's got to release the hair test that's already been taken. He's got to subject himself to random unannounced searches, random unannounced hair tests, all this other shit. Now, the criminal case can go however it wants. That doesn't matter with this shit. This they're going to make him do no matter what. A kid tested positive for coke. They need to know if he's been doing it because he was possessing it. He won't let them test. So they're like, look, until we know you're clean, motherfucker, we ain't going to even think about giving you your kids back. You've also got Candy, Ojai County Health and Human Services insistence that supervised visitation at a county facility continue. I'd be remiss to speculate, but if you pore over the attached closely, the 5 respective case plans do have some differences, distinguishing 2 from the other 3. So there are other plans for different children. That's interesting. 1 for 3 of them, 1 for 2. Okay. Which may have shed some light on why the county apparently found those 2 more concerning. Well, this is something I thought about too. They definitely interviewed each of the kids.
Right.
Like privately.
They're going to talk to each of the kids. They obviously tested the kids.
Yeah. So depending on what the kids told them, yeah, there might be different cases in getting them back. So that's what we know. That's what we know about this whole thing. I don't, it doesn't look good, man.
He's not going to get his kids back anytime soon from the sounds of things. He hasn't done any of this stuff.
Right.
And he's had time. I mean, at the very least, like, if you're trying to, like, give time for the drugs to work out of your system, you could have at least started with the therapy and the counseling stuff.
Yeah, or there's a lot of things you could have done. The chemical dependency assessment, the mental health assessment, releasing the hair follicle test. That's just a nod. Yeah, go ahead. Or submitting to other tests. Because we're at the point now, when was the arrest? May 23rd? We're like at the end of...
it seems like forever ago.
Well, at the end of this week, you could subject yourself to a hair test, and if you haven't been using drugs since, you'd be clean. You could start, like, next week getting those hair tests done. But
I'll never be clean. My hair is like 75% THC. If you smoke my hair, you'll get high. Like, I just, so yeah, I'm out. Yeah. I'm out.
McBuster says, just like Kiki only became a backstabber when she say the fake post from Melton using Ashley's name, these people need to be forced to do the right thing. Some people do need to be forced to do the right thing. Some people think they're doing, that's because some people don't think they're doing the wrong thing. But, I mean, the consequences just keep piling up. Jay Bra says, let me be devil's advocate here. Oh, consider the source. Let me be devil's advocate here. Aaron is a small-town Midwestern guy that got a taste of the wildlife, and it scared him. His biggest problem is talking about it. Shut up already. I'm covering the new documents. That's all I'm doing. That's it. I wouldn't say it scared me. I've never been a coke guy. I just never have.
You're just not a drug person in general.
No, I'm not a drug person in general. Molly was kind of fun. A half dozen times I did it. It was kind of...
but it's just your tolerances are too light.
Yeah.
You don't like being out of control.
Right.
You don't... So, like, yeah, just in general. Like, you have to be drinking a bunch and hanging out with a bunch of people that are smoking weed before you'll even be like, well, I'll get in on that quick. And, like, you'll do it a little bit, like, socially. But you're never a person like, you know what I need to do? I need to do some drugs. Like, the most you'll do is drink and smoke a cigar. Those are your vices. That's about it.
Bigot on socialist media says Nick has no interest in being a father. I mean, it doesn't.
It certainly seems that way if he's not done anything. Like, I get it, not doing some stuff or delaying, whatever, but you've done nothing to get your kids back? No, Nick. Bad Nick.
Jay Bra says there's a lot for Aaron to discover. I was a swinger with my first wife. I wouldn't do it with my current wife because I actually love her. That's a great way to put it. He is screwing himself over for the criminal case too, says Rusty Grammer. The court is going to see he doesn't care about his kids and likely still using. J-Bra says, all that shit talking about Hobo pisses me the fuck off. Hobo just cracks jokes and makes an occasional $2 dono. He's solid as fuck. What did Hobo ever
Who's shit talking Hobo?
Yeah. Yeah, nobody's shit talking. If somebody's shit talking Hobo, please stop. He's a good boy. King Kong Dong says, Aaron, you're a terrible drug addict. Yeah, guilty. Guilty. I think Johnny's disappointed in my ability to be a drug addict.
Yeah.
I think
I mean, if nothing else, you could have come to me for advice.
Yeah.
Or I was about to say someone else. I'd be like, that's technically branding, so I don't want to.
Yeah.
You have other friends that could give you advice.
You did kind of brand yourself on that a little bit.
Oh, I did, yeah. But I'm like saying, I don't have a problem branding me. I was about to brand somebody else, and I was like, oh, that would be bad.
Well, guys, I tell you what, that's it. That's all the update I have for you today. That's all. We're done. Finished. Over with. Boom. Oh, J-Bra says every other channel pokes fun at Hobo. Win by 2. Melton, win by 2. Nobody watches that. It's fine, buddy. That's not a big deal. And Melton is all just steel toe people anyway. So it all stays in the family. Don't worry about it, bud. Here's what we need. We need some fucking dough right now is what we need. We are getting butt fucked and throttled today. Maybe today's show is not good. Maybe I should have taken the day off. I don't know, given it a rest. Maybe I'm boring you folks. But we're $40 in right now. 40 with an hour and a half left in the show. We need a rally. We need a big rally. We need to get back on track because we're 260 away from today. And boy, could we use some help. So if you've got a little extra sitting around and you like steel toe and you want to chip in, I'm not proud. I'm an e-beggar. I know my place. We want to hit this. We want to do overtime for you today. I certainly don't want to miss by 260. That's a big tab for me to have to cover. So let's take a little time, guys. Let's throw in a few donations. Let's do the bill pay part. You know, we don't take 5-minute commercial breaks on this show, but let's do a little, today's broadcast supported by viewers like you kind of a thing, because right now we are in a bad spot for today's show. 260 away. I'm getting really nervous. Nothing is coming in. And I think PayPal has actually been broke today. I think nothing. No, we did have I think we had a $5 at one point. And just as I say that, my golfing buddy Nicholas with $5. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Maybe it'll start with 5. That's helpful. We need chunk plays, or we need lots of people. We need lots of mosquito bites, or we need chunk plays. 255 is the number for today. I would appreciate us knocking it out a little bit here. Let's go to Rumble. $5 from Jay Warren says, you hear of the Minnesota undercover cop who stopped a UK guy from kidnapping a TV presenter, pretending he wanted to help? Huh?
No,
I don't know anything about that. Links or it didn't happen, bro. All right, 250. Chevy fan, the goal should be cut in half with no Gene or Kiki. I was paying them out of my own fucking pocket. The business budget didn't have enough to pay those two. I was paying those two out of my own pocket. To fucking, there's a limited budget on this fine program, boys. I don't know what kind of money you think I'm rolling in, but the fact that I do 8 shows a week just to keep this thing going should tell you something. But we're 250 away, and hopefully we get some help and knock this thing down a little bit this morning. That would be A-okay. Keep her going, boys and girls. All right, Cambodian River Pig wanted me to play this. This is Andrew Tate explaining women. Cambodian River Pig doesn't do the numbers he used to. That's too bad. He hasn't been doing clips. He hasn't been doing a lot of stuff. I think he's trying to get back in the game. This guy was one of my favorite Clipper type people. I liked him a bunch.
Yeah.
By the way, 1,000 of you watching the show right now, I sure would like you to hit subscribe, everything else. Throw us a few bucks. We can knock this thing out. Let's get it done. Okay, Andrew Tate explains women. I haven't seen anything Andrew Tate related in a while either. I guess Tate's on Rumble. Still has a really big audience, and I've always wondered with him, how much of him is him and how much of it is he knows what people think of him and he knows what his gimmick is, so he's playing it up.
I'd say 60-40, 60 him, 40 an act.
Yeah. I think this is a guy who knows how he's billed, and he kind of plays up to it. There's no other reason. You don't need to broadcast with your shirt off.
Yeah.
Like, there's no reason to broadcast with your shirt off unless you know, like, oh, I know how people think of me. I know how people look at me, so on and so forth. Here's what I'm going to do. Let's hear. This is Andrew Tate explaining women. Let's see if Andrew Tate gets it, or if Andrew Tate might just be a little on the misogynist side.
Fucking females.
All right, so far I think he's nailed it. You, Johnny?
Seems on point.
I think I think this guy's on the right track. Off we go.
Fucking females should have been in the kitchen, bruv.
Are you going to get me sent back to jail?
I'm about to get sent back to jail right now. Now, I'm going to explain to you, as Top G, Top Striker, Carbon Boss, Brave Not Sorry, War Man in Town, Misogyny Boss.
See, like, look at that smile. This is a gimmick.
Yeah.
Look at that smile.
Part of it. I think some of the stuff he's accused of doing, he may have absolutely done. But this is a gimmick. This is him selling it.
Yeah.
He knows people are going to hate him for it. He's leaning in.
He knows what people either want or don't want from him, depending on who they are, and he does that thing for them. If they need him to be the villain and the awful misogyny guy, he's going to lean into that. If they're the lost boys and they need a new man figure to tell them how to be a dude, which is lame too, he's going to lean in and be that guy. But I don't know how much of it is like him actually giving a shit.
Why women are innately useless at everything. I'll explain to you, because it's not their fault. You got Martha?
Which I love when people do that, because that so doesn't help. Like, it's not like, oh, it's not women's fault. They're completely useless. Oh, then their feelings totally aren't going to be hurt that you called them completely useless at everything.
Look, I'm going to say you're a total piece of shit, but it's not your fault. Well, that makes it better.
Right. If you think about it, it makes it worse, because they're saying you didn't even make an active choice to be a piece of shit. It's just an impulse. Your natural default is that you're worthless and a piece of shit.
This is just the job role God assigned you. Now play it out.
Right. Like, at least if it were a choice, you could change your choices and you could behave differently. But instead, in this case, it's just, nope, it's not even your fault. You're just innately garbage.
Pen, old friend, before we go back to jail.
It's my birthday. Do I have to go to jail on my birthday?
Yes, you do, sir.
All right, give me the whiteboard.
Now look, come on. He's wearing fucking underwear on his stream. That's not because it's more comfortable to do it that way. He's, like I said, he's a gimmick. Andrew, if you take Andrew Tate seriously, either you love him or you hate him. You're doing exactly what he wants you to do. He's silly. This is a TV character.
Marker pens.
So women are useless at everything. And the reason they're useless at everything is because they have one primary function.
All right, Johnny, what do you think he's going to say the primary function is?
Making kids, having babies?
I'm going to say making babies. Let's see.
And that primary function is self-survival.
Oh. Well, isn't that all of us?
Yeah, we all have a need for self-survival is kind of like a motivating factor of all of us to, get up every day, eat, keep going.
I mean, self-survival is kind of big. I mean, I hate to part ways with Top G here, but I, too, have a hankering for self-survival.
I mean, we watched a video yesterday from a long time ago where a dude said, fuck my wife and 2 kids. It's time to hop this rail and do some self-survival and drive up out of this movie theater. Like, plenty of people have self-survival.
Jamie roars. I saw a guy once go, I'm just going to keep doing rails of blow and fucking anybody who isn't my wife. And I don't care if I lose my kids over it. I knew a guy like that.
Which is why women are not loyal. It's why women do not understand honor. It's why women do not understand courage. It's why they can't do anything but look after themselves. In any argument, in any scenario, whether it's Secret Service or just a domestic dispute at home.
Oh, this came up out of the Trump shooting thing. Okay, they're talking about the female Secret Service agent. Okay, that they'd rather hide behind the podium than jump on top of a body. Okay. All right.
What it is, it wasn't their fault. They didn't do it. They have no accountability to take. They are completely innocent all the time because women believe in self-survival above all things. Now,
this actually, you know what? This actually makes a lot of sense in my last relationship. It does, because I always got frustrated. I'm like, why won't they admit the thing that's right in front of them? I'm telling them that this thing hurts me, that it upsets me, it bothers me, and they won't even acknowledge that they've done it. And if Andrew Tate's synopsis is true, it's because they don't want to paint themselves as doing anything bad because that hurts their self-survival.
See, that sounds intelligent, but I'm trying really, really hard to believe it. It's not easy when it comes from Mr. Clean without a shirt here. And what the fuck is his brother doing? Is that a bottle rocket? What the fuck?
It's either that or an enema. We're going to find out in a few short minutes here, though.
It's actually men's fault that they do this because men, being the perfect, lovely creatures that we are, have always constantly sacrificed ourselves to protect the women. You know, they say the patriarchy is such a big evil thing. Well, basically,
have you ever had that fight with your girl where it started with you bringing a concern to her that upsets you, and then it just gets spun into you're a terrible guy, and by the end of the fight, you're apologizing?
Sort of, yeah, kind of.
Yeah, I did that a lot. And that's kind of that sacrifice of, all right, I don't want this to be bad. I don't want to have a fucking terrible day. I don't want this to go on for. I'm sorry. I fucked up. I'm mean. I'm terrible. I'm so sorry. And then you just forget about the thing that was your original pain, hurt, conflict point to begin with. Because
I really have like one, but it's really like it's a big one and makes me look like a cuck. So I'm just gonna.
Oh, really? Because I have I have about 9 I can think of off the top of my head.
Basically,
I just got the big one that I get stuck on.
Yeah.
That's it.
Protecting women. It was building a world that made women safe. It was going to war so women didn't have to go to war. It was risking our lives for the women. It was staying on the Titanic. The patriarchy as a whole was.
Excuse me, Billy Zane didn't do that.
Yeah, dude. He stole somebody's kid.
Billy Zane stole a kid so he could get off the Titanic.
That's the best part about Billy Zane. Not only is he a dirtbag piece of shit, he committed child abduction just to get off the boat.
Right, just to get off the Titanic. Old Cal.
Around being nice to women. And because they're ungrateful as fuck, they don't appreciate it at all, ever. And the reason we did this is because women, although useless at everything, are very good at one thing. And the one thing they're very good at is getting pregnant and having children and helping progeny. So...
All right, I get it. Andrew Tate gets boring to me after a while. I have to admit.
Well, he's got one trick, and he has to drag that pony through the whole show.
Yeah,
so.
I don't. I know people like him, but if it's not a character, it's like, dude, just fucking chill for a minute. Packerbacker says, did the show crash or is Rumble being dumb? Oh,
I don't know.
Apparently Rumble fucked up. Hit refresh, I guess, if you're on Rumble. Although I guess that doesn't help if it's not working.
Tonight in Undercover.
We'll get to that Minnesota story that Jay Warren sent to us. Thank you, buddy, in just a little bit. Yeah, I find that I get bored and tired of Andrew Tate pretty quickly. I really do.
Yeah, no, it's fine on Rumble on my end. I just refreshed it. Everything's live.
Toad Climbs Mountains with $5 over on YouTube. Thank you, buddy. We certainly do need that rally today. We're a bit behind as things typically go. Oh, here we go over on PayPal. My God, says new compound censored show idea in sweaty boots. Thank you, my God. Wild card with $5. Thank you very much. Alex Jones number 2 with $20. He says, Aaron, if you look at the Trump shooter, you'll see the government clearly photoshopped their pictures. The actual person was assimilated by the lizard people, and one of them took over its body. It's documented. It's proven. Thank you, Alex. I appreciate that, as usual. You've done the hard work that none of us are willing to do. All right, guys, that puts us at 220 for today. We've got a shot at this thing, but we got to get a move on. Keep that rally going. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, Venmo, Rumble Rants, gifted memberships. Ooh, that's a fun one. Let's just get more of that coming in so we can knock out that 220 and call it a W for today. On the text line, someone writes in, yesterday's show was really good. Today is iffy. You know what I think? I think it's enough of the Trump shit. I was going to say today, this is the last day of the assassination attempt stuff.
Yeah, I went through a lot of it yesterday. I don't want to talk about it anymore today. I
can understand, like, going to... I can understand going today because new stuff, came out. But now we've pretty much got it. We got it figured out. Mario with $5 says, if your deep-throating Johnny was the cure to his MS, would you gag? If you deep-throating Johnny was the cure to his MS, would you gag? I have a terrible gag reflex. If he stuck his finger in my mouth, I might gag.
But just in general, like, you're telling me society has existed this whole time and none of us have figured out that if you have MS, all you need is a beaker?
Nobody.
I feel like that solution would have presented itself by now.
Nobody.
And
knew.
I don't mean to brag, but I've had MS for a while, and I've been blown. I've been blown.
It didn't fix it?
Didn't fix it.
Did they take it all the way to the hilt? Maybe that's the problem.
I don't know. I think so. All I'll say is the best we get is as we get closer, one of my legs shakes like a dog. So, like, I mean, maybe it's close, but it doesn't quite fix it. It gets in the realm.
You just got to push through, and then maybe both legs start shaking.
I guess, I mean, anytime you need me to do a thumper impression, come over here and suck my dick and put a log in front of me, and eventually I'll boom, 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 boom. But I just,
who knows?
Maybe I'm going to walk.
Maybe you haven't found the right
We'll find out
one.
in a couple weeks, I guess. We'll find out in a couple weeks. We'll see. If I come back from my vacation and I can walk again, then we know what the answer is.
If you're doing like a Clark Gable dance, like you're Fred Astaire just fucking hoofing it when you come back.
Then it was just my balls weighing me down the whole time.
Yeah, the entire time it was just those goddamn balls. All right, guys, 215 is the number. We're getting there. We're still a ways behind, but we're making improvements. Keep this rally going that we've got. Hopefully in the next 20 minutes, we can get down to $100 and we can be back on track for today. Thank you to those of you who have answered the call of my desperate pleas to not be a fucking failure today. If anyone else wants to jump in on that, Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, memberships, Rumble Rants, etc. There you go. Let's get to this story that we got sent by Jay about the Minnesota thing. Murder plot targeting British TV host Hollow Willoughby foiled thanks to undercover Minnesota officer. All right, let's check it out.
Minnesota police officer is being credited for stopping an international murder plot.
In my 29 years in serving law enforcement, I've never seen such a skilled detective and engaging in this sort of work, in this line of work. It's certainly impressive.
For the first time tonight, we are hearing from Owatonna police about how their detective foiled plans to kill a famous British TV personality. WCCO's David.
What? I'm still having a hard time figuring out how Minnesota got into the epicenter of a plot to kill a British TV show host.
Yeah, that doesn't really make sense. What, like, did he go across the pond? Like, did he go to England, or did the TV show host come here?
And why did Amelia Santinello bring her son to work today? I don't understand.
Schumann joins us now. This is really an incredible story.
Yeah, and you just heard from Owatonna's police chief.
Yes, I am a driver for Formula One. Sorry. He looks like Jacques from fucking Ricky Bobby.
Yeah, dude.
Or Jean Girard. I'm sorry. John.
Yeah, but he's kind of reminding me of shit. Can't remember. He's making me think of Borat.
It's this fucking asshole. You fucking dick.
What?
Oh, he reminds me of Ali G.
Yeah, really?
Yeah. You know what though? He looks more like Bruno, I think. I'm so
We're just
mad
gonna
at
go down Sacha Baron Cohen's
I'm
whole list now.
so mad at that joke for you doing that. Oh my God. Anyway, I just want to hear him say, "I love crepes." That's all I want to hear him say.
And what he was talking about was his detective's ability to build trust with a suspect. And
okay, this guy's creepy as fuck. Did you see how he made the transition from one camera to the next? I felt like he was trying to take my soul away.
Yeah.
Let's go back.
Was his detective's ability to build trust with a suspect.
Stop looking at me like that. Do something to your eyebrows. They're disconcerting.
Gavin Rosdale, go back to singing for Bush. Don't do this anymore.
I don't like this guy. His teeth are weird too. Look at how misshapen all his teeth are. Looks like he's been...
I don't want to come back down on this newscast.
I don't like this guy. He makes me nervous.
And solely through online messaging.
Higher.
What?
You unpaused it, and for a brief moment, the eyebrows went even higher.
Hold on.
And
oh my God, they did. Stop it with your comma eyebrows. This is enough. Or parenthesis eyebrows. I'm sorry. Parenthesis eyebrows.
Solely through online messaging. It took just 2 days for him to get the information he needed to say, you know what? I need to tell the FBI and British police about this.
This Jew is trying to steal my soul. Help me. Help me. How did this guy get to be a newscaster? I already said the Jewish part.
Well, you said that part already.
This guy is...
I think you hit it on the nose.
Do you have any idea what's going on in this story, by the way?
No.
Me neither.
I'm too weirded out by the green eyes, bushy out eyebrow monster. Like when they go up super duper high, all I can think is this seems like one of those platform games where you have to jump between them at the right times or else your character gets one shot.
I have no idea how this is going to work, how I'm going to figure out what the fuck is going on. It was already a confusing story to begin with. How the fuck did an undercover Minnesota officer track down a guy who was plotting to murder a British TV host? And then why did they get the guy with the most distracting face on earth to tell me about it?
I want his forehead to play a game of Pong.
I want to throw one of his eyebrows and watch it turn around and come back to me. I want to take off one of his eyebrows and cut a wheat field with it.
I feel like you could take a picture of his forehead and put it on a pinball machine, and the bumpers could be right where his eyebrows are.
Oh, I wish I was playing Wheel of Fortune and the puzzle said UNT and I could finish the puzzle with one of his brows. Oh, fuck me to death.
Story.
Yeah, and you just heard from Owatonna's police chief, and what he was talking about was his detective's ability to build trust with a suspect and solely through online messaging. It took just...
Okay, so what I understand so far is the Minnesota undercover cop was messaging with the guy who wanted to kill the British TV host, and he was just slowly milking them for information. You know what? Keanu C. Thompson would be a great detective. Pretends to be your friend, milks you for information, and then just right in the old back. It's perfect. She'd be really good at that job. You know, now that Compound's dead and that household needs a little income, maybe the law enforcement might be the way to go.
Are those things
2 days.
alive?
What?
Those caterpillars on his face.
I actually one time watched this guy's eyebrows crawl into a cocoon and come out a butterfly. You wouldn't believe it if I told you.
Fucking crazy.
It's wild, man.
For him to get the information he needed to say, you know what, I need to tell the FBI and British police about this. Police never would have been busting down.
I know that that's like dangerous. That's a dangerous job, but God, would that be fucking fun to do, wouldn't it?
Oh, just smash a door in with a giant ram.
A ram. No, I mean just take the head of it. I would just watch something go, meh, and then just smash it into a door until it opened.
I've always wanted to use the key to the city. I won't lie.
You see it splays out like fish hooks, and then you just tear the wall down.
Found Gavin Plum's door outside London if it weren't for an officer thousands of miles away. Plum was arrested and last week convicted of planning to kidnap, rape, and murder the popular British television host Holly Willoughby.
She's adorable. I'm really mad at this guy now. If she would have been a dog, I would have been like, I mean, was he really going to do anything?
Dude, like I
pretty.
get it. You're a fucking ugly chud, but like, what has she done to deserve that, man?
Right. Yeah. What has Hollow Willoughby done other than be the fucking cutiest cutie pie from Cutesville?
Go get a Tantalese sex doll and just plow some silicone for a while, my friend. That's the best you're going to get.
You know, Johnny, I'm thinking that this guy might need a mental health assessment as well.
Host Holly Willoughby.
He was certainly looking for help. He couldn't accomplish this task alone.
The person Plum ended up chatting with online about his plan happened to be an undercover Owatonna detective. The officer tells WCCO Plum's plan was to conduct a home invasion, use chloroform he purchased, leave with the victim in her vehicle, then sexually assault the target and kill her and dispose of her body.
Okay, so we can't ever let this guy out.
Again, maybe I'm the bad guy here, but what do we gain
Johnny,
from keeping...
Johnny, before you say anything, I just want to let you know in this instance, I think this guy's still going to be the bad guy no matter what you say.
Okay, I'm just asking, what do we gain from keeping him around is my question.
Right, I've always thought that too about like the death penalty and stuff. Like, not only am I pro death penalty, I think it gets used enough. I think people who are criminals and useless should be put away.
Like, I'm not one of these people where it's like, oh, this one offense happened and, this person says they're innocent, whatever. But when you have someone who's like, oh, no, they're guilty of multiple R wordings and multiple murders, like, clearly this person doesn't contribute to society.
Right.
Yeah, so let's spend money on keeping them in a cell for the rest of their life. Like, or we could fast forward to the end. That's all I'm saying.
Well, yeah, because I've always thought, like, kind of along the lines of what you're saying. If we rehabilitate this person, what's our best case scenario? He's bagging groceries at the foodway? I don't need him to do that. We got plenty of other people who can do that. Teenagers, illegals, doesn't matter. Mentally handicapped people are always my favorite to bag groceries. I love their work. They're always so friendly and happy and cheerful. But like
Johnny coming to you at a Coburn.
Yeah. So like, yeah, this guy, like the fact that he planned this and wanted to do it, we don't need you around anymore because all you're gonna do, even if we throw you in prison, you're just gonna sit around thinking up shit like this. We don't need
what
it.
are you going to do that's productive? Are you going to cure cancer? Are you going to invent a newer and faster mobility scooter? I don't know. Nothing. We got nothing from you.
Yeah, I agree with you. There's no reason to keep a guy like this around.
A lot of homework.
That's why I liked the Minnesota sex offender treatment program, because guys would go to jail, and then the state of Minnesota would realize this guy's still fucked up. We're going to send him to this treatment facility, and we'll decide when he gets out. And they're like, oh, but all these sex offenders would then rot and die in there. It's like, good, they're probably not okay to be released.
You guys realize how you're making our statement. Oh, they'll rot and die in there. Yeah, because it sounds like if we let them out, they're going to go back to sexually offending people. This is why.
And research on the intended victim, knew where the victim lived.
God, she is fucking adorable.
Right? Like, I don't want him to R-word and murder this lady. I want to slide into her DMs.
I don't even want her to chloroform her. I don't even want him to chloroform her. I want her to be nice to her and ask her to dinner. God,
I want her to chloroform me.
Hollow Willoughby seems positively pleasant.
I'd like her to R-word me.
She can use chloroform beforehand. I'm fine with it. I trust her. That's what I'm trying to say. I trust her.
To work.
Chief Jeff Mundale says his detective is gifted at using more than a dozen different aliases to monitor the dark corners of the internet.
This detective.
So you're a troll. So you're a troll. You go into people's chats and you say shit and they ban you and you immediately pull out another account. Congratulations, you're doomed.
That is a little weird, isn't it? I mean, it's like there's a fine line between doing your job as a detective and being a creep. Because
he has a gift for creating alternate accounts. I don't know if that's a gift. I've seen a ton of people that pull that off.
Yeah, they're not healthy typically.
Back to build trust, relationships, rapport, and kind of communicate at their level and be willing to
Stop
help.
showing him. There's no reason to show that man. He's creepy.
The worst
them
part is
achieve-
on the other side of that screen, he's just nodding, but you don't understand. He's watching a kitten getting strangled right now, and he's like, yeah, kill that little mitten bastard.
and be willing to help them achieve their goals and their fantasies.
The officer says working the street, being real with people, and bonding with your community is an opportunity to hone those skills. Also, it doesn't hurt to have the gift of gab. When Plum was convicted, both British police...
You know what? I'm just looking at his mugshot. Guilty.
Dude, just, this is someone who always took not getting laid as their problem, not his.
Yeah.
My friend, you have to realize you've got a very unfortunate face and build. I'm guessing the personality doesn't balance any of that out. You've got to improve at least one of those three areas.
You would be in rough shape, too, if you were the child of Kyle Gass and Bam Bam Bigelow.
Both British police and Willoughby herself specifically thanked the Owatonna detective.
I'm nothing but proud of our agency, and particularly this detective who was able to foil this case. His work is nothing but fantastic.
We did tell him that next time you don't have to jerk off to the fantasy just to make the guy believe you. It's not necessary. It's not necessary.
So did he convince him he was in England, or that he was going to go to England to help this guy abduct an
Yeah,
R-word lady?
I don't know.
Because I don't feel bad at all for this guy getting caught on that area, especially. Like, that's incredibly. You're really dumb if you're like, oh, this guy's gonna totally fly over the Atlantic to help me commit a sexual assault and murder. Like, that's because that's what we're into.
Bird Collector says, wait, was that Aaron with less hair and more weight? No, I'm getting tired of this everybody looks like Aaron shit. The shooter doesn't look like me, and that guy doesn't look like me.
One of those two statements is true.
Day One Salt says his eyebrows are giving me seasickness. There once was a man who put to brow. Bird Collector says, wait, was that... Oh, no, I just read that one. I'm sorry. There's more Nick Gay rumors in the chat. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. $4.99 from Red Fox Mad. Says Aaron keeps talking about Nick and Kayla because Aaron misses the Kayla's Harry put there. No, Harry. I'm not going to let untrue rumors get started. Los Federales.
Yeah, he was in it for the boobs.
Los Federales with $2 says, has Slam Piece ever donated to the show? I'm sure at some point in the past. Rupert, becoming a member for 26 months, says, do you need a reminder about the last blonde bombshell you trusted? Look, Johnny, you can't fault a guy for being right, can you?
No. But to answer that other person's question, Slam Piece donates a lot to the show. Every time he gives up that back door just to help Aaron relieve a little stress, Slam Piece is doing his job.
I'm not a backdoor man. How dare you?
I don't know. I would disagree with that. I may have a sound drop. Hold on, let me see if I can find it.
Wait, I don't believe this. This is a bunch of horse shit.
Let's see. Let's see where we're at here. I gotta pull it up on this because I haven't put it on my board yet.
I always love searching for sound drop music.
Yeah,
it's good.
That's what I do. So it would be. I believe it would be this.
We're all waiting with bated breath. First of all, that comparison you just made, I'm a thumb in the butt guy. No. I put a thumb in the butt.
No. That's not what it sounds like.
I don't get a thumb. I am the one who thumbs.
I'm a thumb in the butt guy. I mean, what's the difference between a thumb and a small dick? I ask you. Mostly because I have a small dick. I gotta know. Is there a difference? I just use my thumb when I'm soft.
I just say I have a big thumb. Big Vulgar Daddy Wad Launcher Sploogetown Mayor with $1.99 says Wad Launch. Thank you very much. Guys, we are 2:10 away from today. We need to get that knocked out. We got about an hour before I start really begging. And we gotta get ourselves in position to knock that out. So if you're feeling like throwing us a couple of bucks, Oh, boy, would we appreciate it. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, memberships, Rumble Rants, any way you can contribute to the show, oh, boy, would we appreciate it, because we got to knock out that 210 and do overtime today so we can keep this show afloat. Thank you. We started at $300 today, so it hasn't been a big day, but hopefully you guys can pitch in here in the next few minutes and knock this thing down a little bit. Landers says, never seen Aaron and the shooter in the same place at the same time. Just saying. He's dead, and I'm still here. J. Brock Contrarian says, never seen Aaron and the 600-pound sisters in the same place. Now, see, that's just fucking mean. That's just a horrifically mean thing to say. All right, guys, get to work on knocking out that 210 for me. I really appreciate you and your generosity. Let's load up that PayPal with contributions and see if we can turn today into a W. All right, let's do the Los Angeles story. So a nonprofit homeless shelter in L.A., it turns out, just became a haven for homeless people to hang out and do drugs.
What?
I know. I'm as surprised as you. We're going to listen to the story in a little bit. But, you know, this is where Minnesota's kind of better than L.A. Most of our homeless shelters, don't you have to be clean?
Yeah. Most of the homeless shelters have a no alcohol, no drugs policy.
Right.
I don't even know if they let you slide with cigarettes, probably, but I don't think so.
Either way, yeah, you can't go there. That's why a lot of the times when you see these homeless encampments and you see these tent cities and shit like that, a lot of the time that happens is because people would rather keep doing drugs and keep drinking than put a fucking roof over their head and try to get into a homeless shelter and straighten their lives out. But in LA, they have like private facilities, and those private facilities can make their own rules. And one of them thought, well, we just have to be tolerant of the homeless. If we want to help them, we have to accept them, warts and all. Well, I don't know if you could have seen this coming. Maybe you're Nostradamus. But letting a bunch of crackheads have a place to sleep ended up turning this non-profit homeless shelter into essentially a crack house. Let's watch.
It's a daily ritual. People line up outside the nonprofit Homeless Healthcare Los Angeles. They pick up crack pipes and other drug paraphernalia.
So this is another one of their strategies. If we give these guys crack pipes, they won't, I don't know, rob copper or something. I don't know what the point of providing crack pipes to the homeless is, or providing hypodermic needles or anything. People say, oh, it's for cleanliness. I don't give a shit if these people get an infection.
Right. They're not going to get better or be better because you enable their condition in any way.
Right.
And light up.
It looks very much like a government-run crack house on the sidewalk.
I love her face saying it looked like she's shaking. Like, I can't believe it. It looks like a government-run crack house. Like
I love the people who are in their like 40s and 50s, and they still are so naive that they haven't figured out that if you let a bunch of junky homeless people have their run of the joint, their natural inclination is not to get better and become productive members of society. Like, all of these people have this idea that, oh, if we just give these homeless people a little, hand up, they're going to want to pull up to, getting a job and having a 9-to-5 and do it. No. What you don't understand is a lot of these people, the alpha and the omega, the beginning and the end, is finding some crack.
If you gave me all the crack I needed, then I would be like, well, now that I've got that need met, I'm going to go on and be a productive person. They don't have that inclination. Their need is the crack. Phase 3 profit, motherfucker. That's where they're at.
So they just think, oh, if we build this building and we let homeless people come in. No, you have to take in the homeless people who want to get better, because if you just let everybody in, then the crackheads will overpower the ones who want to get better. Those people will leave, and you'll be stuck with, well, Los Angeles.
How else can you describe this?
Throughout the day, drug dealers can be seen making a profit. Selling the drugs to the people Homeless Healthcare LA is supposed to be helping.
Look at that. They're just out in the open with a news camera on them, swapping drugs and money. No fear of reprisal. No fear of the police. Cool Bone Thugs shirt, by the way. But no fear of anyone doing anything. It's just this lawless shithole that has become Los Angeles.
Here, you see someone connected to the nonprofit do a friendly fist bump with one of the drug dealers before going inside the building.
Are you fucking kidding me? What's up, dude? What's up? Slinging some rocks, man. Like, fucking Jesus Christ.
God, so they still have people working there. Here I thought, like, the homeless, like, took it over and then it got abandoned, so now it's a crack house. No. The people working there just allowed it to happen. The guy selling crack is fist bumping with one of the employees there. Bravo.
What you see in this video is nothing short of the worst drug location in Skid Row right now. And that's saying a lot, because Skid Row is the drug and overdose capital of Los Angeles.
Estela Lopez is the executive director of LA Downtown Industrial Business Improvement District. A year ago,
God.
Yeah.
You have the worst job in the world.
I'm
LA Downtown Industrial and Business Improvement.
I'm really sorry about that, lady. That really sucks a dick.
Hey, what job do you have? Oh, I have iceberg watch on the Titanic. It's going to be great.
Oh, what's your job? Jew counter in Germany. It's really.
I'm the air traffic controller for the airways around 9/11.
Yeah.
Or around the Twin Towers.
God damn. I'm part of the greater. That's like the job they gave Jim Carrey in Fun with Dick and Jane just before the company collapsed. Like, he's the PR guy while they're draining the business.
Notified city and county officials about everything taking place outside this nonprofit.
I represent business people who come there to work. People live on Skid Row and people work on Skid Row. And they
I have a recommendation. Don't.
Yeah.
Stop doing that. I know the rent is cheap. There's a fucking reason. That's why the rent
move.
That's why the rent is so expensive in other parts of LA, because they go, "Hey, your other option is Skid Row." And they're like, "I'll pay $3,000 above what other cities pay for this."
They want their area to be safe. They deserve the same level of safety and attention as any other community.
I'm glad the local librarian could become the director of downtown beautification. Jesus. Yeah, they want peace and tranquility. You know what? It's Skid Row. Shit in one hand, wish in the other. You could probably fill your hand up with other people's shit, to be honest with you.
It would be a lot easier if the cops could arrest these people and these people could be, again, I don't know, detained until you want them to get better. Put them in a room and take away their drugs. And then after they're off their drugs, see what you can do to help.
Yeah.
That's about it. But as long as they're doing their shit, they ain't getting better.
Or don't.
Nothing was done about it. Estela hired a photographer to capture the daily activities at this location. On July 2nd, she showed the video to city and county officials.
Hey, look, Johnny. It's just a guy smoking some crack on the sidewalk.
Yeah, but he's such a nice guy. He's about to puff pass. He's going to offer it to the homie next to him.
Jesus Christ.
This is just people sharing. See, he's sharing the crack pipe. Everyone's getting in on it.
And saying that this is the kind of intervention that they support.
Harm reduction programs provide meth pipes and needles with the idea that they prevent the spread of diseases.
Yeah, because you'd hate for all these people getting high on crack to get people sick. You're making it easy for people to get high on crack. But don't worry, they're not getting strep throat when you do it. You guys are killing the fucking game over there in California. And the governor of this shithole state is the guy you want to take over for Biden? Please.
We reached out to LA Mayor Karen Bass and the LA County Board of Supervisors. Only the LA City Attorney, Heidi Feldstein Soto, agreed to speak with us.
Where do I personally stand? The video shows unacceptable behavior. It's appalling.
But
well, you go down there and you tell all the homeless crack smokers that, and I'm sure they'll turn it right around for you.
Well, I love how we put, where do I personally stand? Yeah, but how about as a city official, someone who works here, one of the people who could, I don't know, do things to fix this?
Right.
Where do you stand on that part?
Exactly.
Admits there is tension between the politics of public health and the politics of law enforcement and public safety.
There are.
It's a fucking ice bottle.
Okay, never mind. I was like, I'm a really weird motherfucker where I'm like, dude, I'm interested. What kind of piece is that? Like, oh no, never mind. It's a garbage ghetto rig. Like,
Yeah.
oh, okay.
Johnny's like, oh man, so they got all kinds of cool pieces for crack pipes. I got to get in the game.
I just want the pieces for smoking weed. Like, oh no. See, what you do is you got to take some garbage. And, oh, never.
Yeah.
Mind.
What you do is first you rifle through the recycling, and then you find a bottle that's not too dirty.
And it looks like you put an old lemon wedge in it. Ugh.
And then what? You clean it? No,
No,
we don't clean them.
No.
I mean, crack's going in it. That kills all the germs, we figure.
Different perspectives. And I believe that the county has even asked us to support expanding the services offered at this site. And we have informed them that our office will not stand down from prosecution if, in fact, the services are expanded.
And the services are scheduled to be expanded. Homeless
Of course.
healthcare
Of you know what we're not doing? We're not handing out enough crack pipes and needles. That's our problem. If we could just get more crack pipes into the hands of the citizens who need them, we would be able to turn this thing around in no time. It's like, dude, it's like we're watching the news from another planet. I swear to Christ, when we talk about California and LA, their ideas are laughable on their face. I don't know how they get through one person, let alone pass through to become policy. Who looks at what they're doing and goes, these guys are fucking nailing it?
And again, they do this shit. They see this video and they're like, you know what we need to do? More of this.
Oh, this, yes. I mean, if we don't do more of this, I mean, this could really become a problem.
is opening 2 new locations in the
course.
same area.
Yes.
Should harm reduction centers be regulated?
So from my perspective, yes, I think they should.
Why is that a question? Should the places we hand out crack pipes and hypodermic needles be regulated? Nah, every man for themselves. After all, these people show good judgment. I see one of them pissing on an electric fence. We're going to be fine. The one fucking a border collie seems like a reasonable man.
Have we even seen a decrease in like the homeless junkie number? Have we seen any positive benefit other than the fact that now we know exactly where they're all getting high?
The toothless whore in the corner, she's really going to town on that guy's cock for a rock. She can be trusted. Why do we need to regulate these things? Let these adults make sane decisions. This is also a big argument against libertarianism, by the way. If I may, my experience with people experiencing drug addiction and my experience with just like shit like this, like watching shit like this, you can't trust everybody with drugs. You can't. Some people are fuck-ups who are going to wreck their fucking community. This isn't a case of, hey, they're just adults, let them do what they want. Look what they're doing to entire city blocks. They're destroying them, degrading the ability for economic production, jobs, businesses. You can't say that this drug use and drug addiction, it only hurts the person doing it. It has tendrils. So I don't know if I can go full libertarian and go, just legalize all the drugs. No, it'll fuck shit up even worse.
Could be, but I'm not the policymaker, and I'm not going to get out in front of my client, and ultimately I will defend whatever decision they may make.
For Estella, who has to witness this every...
There you go. That's your thing, Johnny. You know what her personal opinion is, but it's
the opposite of what her business or professional opinion is.
Because she's the
so
city
she's
attorney.
She's going to do the professional one.
Right. The city's her client, so she has to take care of them.
Every day. It's extremely frustrating.
Here you have a building and a program funded by the county that are clearly enabling drug use and drug sales on the people's sidewalk.
The Department of...
I wonder if that woman is from out of state, Because like everyone in California that seems like they're from there just goes, yeah, this is what happens in Skid Row. Meanwhile, this woman's like, these motherfuckers are doing crack in the street. Like, she's screaming about it. Everyone else in LA is like, yeah, it's just kind of what they do.
Yeah, in LA, like there are, I've started to learn from the fact there are areas and pockets in California that don't agree with everything that like those areas do. But in like LA and stuff, yeah, you guys have had, as Adam Carolla said, we've had a chance to right the ship, and at every turn we haven't. And the reason everyone says is, oh, well, we have to bottom out first. It's like, well, do we really have to bottom out? Can we just say this is going bad and stop?
Right? Like, can't we just address the fucking thing? Does it have to be in a certain way? Like, just stop, knock it off. Oh my God. Guys, we are 45 minutes away from having an unsuccessful show today. $4.99 from Ozone. Thank you, buddy. 205 is the number right now. Guys, let's go on a big rally. PayPal, Streamlabs, Venmo. Let's fucking knock this thing out. 205 away, 45 minutes left. Let's go on a big run. Everybody throw in a little bit for the cause. Ozone says, hey, just because I called you out for the PayPal donations only coming at the end and never earlier doesn't mean you should stop. It's a great bit. I know, but look, yesterday, nice and easy, knocking it out all day. Nice casual show. Felt good. And we did end up knocking it out because I'm a fuck who didn't have my Venmo on. But now today, it hasn't been that way. It has been more like you say, Ozone, all coming at the end. And I'm a big bag of jumpy stress. So, Ozone, I like your way yesterday better than I like.
Let's do it Ozone's way.
Yeah, I like doing it Ozone's way where it all comes in early. That would be nice. But, guys, please, if you can, links are in the chat. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, whatever you can do. Throw it at us. We are about $200 away. This can be done on earth as it is in heaven. Citizen M says, Sundays, 7 o'clock is members-only show. The weekend has 47 other hours to sit on your ass with Slam Piece. Here's the thing, Citizen M. I have a meeting that's non-negotiable. I mean, it's not like legal or anything, but it's something I have to do for myself at 7 o'clock. I can't do a show. Oh, he says 8 o'clock Central. I don't get home till 8:30. Best I could do is 9. Citizen M says, hate to be negative, but you're seriously starting to anger me by blowing off members-only shows. I didn't blow off members-only shows. I did one this week. I did it on Sunday. I did it Sunday afternoon. You can go look. It's there. Sauk Rapids weather only applies to you. Hang out with Slam Piece when you don't already have shows scheduled. My man, I did do a members-only show this weekend, and I apologize for the weekends where I don't. All right? I don't want to catch Citizen M's wrath. MSO says, at least Johnny has enough class to smoke crack in his own house. Goddamn right.
Well, it's not crack. It's just...
Shut up. It's crack.
It's just keef. It's keef. It's high-grade weed. It's crack weed is what it is. It's crack weed.
Queed. There you go. It's a little queed.
Crack weed.
Thermodyne Diesel with 10 gifted memberships. Thank you, buddy.
Thank you.
That's a giant help. $180 away from today. Keep the rally going, guys. Keep it going. Down, 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 lower, lower, lower. We can hammer this thing out by the end of the show. 180. Lander says, what me and Aaron do on our personal time is our business. It's not true. Johnny, I want you to take over for a little bit. My bladder is exploding just a wee bit. When we come back, I literally have a German restaurant offering dementia-friendly menus to their customers. And I'm not kidding. The name of the German restaurant is Hollerbach. It's like Hollerback. Offering dementia.
I ain't no Hollerback, girl.
Offering dementia-friendly dining experiences. I can't wait to see what a dementia-friendly dining experience is. I'm so excited for it. But I'm going to pee first. You guys are gonna help knock out your 205 that we 180 that we have left. I'm sorry, 180 is left. We're gonna hammer that out. We're gonna do overtime today. We're gonna have a successful show. Coming up in just a second, Hollerback handles dementia. Now these Denny's cops will be able to remember what they ordered.
Yeah.
That's nice. I'll be back in a minute, boys and girls.
It's still the stupidest joke of all time. Oh, all right. I'm going to be live at 2 p.m. Central Standard Time on Twitch, YouTube, and Rumble. You can find it by looking for @JustKiddingLLC, or on YouTube, you can look for Johnny K, and we'll be live there. We have 3 channels going all the time. Chevy fan, Johnny, do you have jokes? Jokes about what? We've been making jokes about a lot of stuff. Copperhead saying, rally, we don't want to see Aaron cry. Well, a rally will be great just for surprising Aaron when he gets back. I'll be there, Johnny. Yeah, MSO's been on the show a lot. Good to see you, too. Get out now, Johnny. That place is toxic. What are you talking? No, it isn't. This is non-toxic foam. The foam's non-toxic. The most toxic thing in my place is the weed I smoke, so I'm good. I am going to be fine. Yeah, you say it like dime chip it. All right. Infection from Slampiece. No. He just has to empty his bladder. What's your opinion on the Aaron and Nick stuff? We haven't heard your take on it. I was surprised at all that. I've been pretty public on that. I was surprised that it happened, that it was going on. I didn't know anything about it. I actually was taking distance between me and Aaron as a personal thing. It was actually bothering me. So that's where it was. Johnny's flying solo. Good for him. I knew he could donate. I think he means do it. I do it all the time on my own show. Plus, it's really easy to do in this chair. This chair kicks ass. Aaron has Aaron has to take his shirt off when he goes. He's taking a dump. That's my plan. I think he's doing that. He's doing an old deucer. Alrighty. He will be back with his shirt on inside out. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. $25 to see you run around your chair 10 times. I can't run around my chair. 1, there's not enough space. 2, I physically can't run around my chair, let alone 10 times. I mean, $25 to see that. We'll be here all week.
Oh.
All right, he's back and up. We didn't put money on it, but the shirt is not inside out.
It's not. I wasn't making a shit. Sorry.
You say.
Copperhead with $10 says, rally, we don't want to see Aaron cry. Oh, well, goddamn. If everyone would throw in $10, I think we'd have this thing hammered out in no time. 170 is now the number. Thank you guys very much. We're getting closer. It's starting to get to that livable number where we can, we're in shooting distance and knocking it out. So everybody jump in. We'll get this thing taken care of. Like the program, subscribe to the channel. We appreciate you guys being here. Chevy fan says he cries regardless. Thanks. I don't. If we win, I don't cry. If we lose, I'm a little bummed out. I do. I'll be honest. Like when we miss by 60, like yesterday, and then we get a half hour off, I'm like, that ain't bad.
Yeah.
But then I look at Venmo and I go, fuck. They knocked it out and I wasn't looking at it. I'm an asshole.
Yeah.
Now I don't know who I owe. Do I owe the evening show the extra 30 or the morning show the extra 30?
I would say if it was the morning show that knocked it out, then it would be the morning show.
Well, here's the problem. The morning show got it under 50, so I cheated them out of that 30. But then the evening show was the one who knocked out that last 30. So it's a difficult
15 on each. And we're not doing a member show this weekend. So that makes sense.
15 each?
Yeah, throw 15 at each.
Why aren't I doing a member show?
I thought you said this Sunday you had a thing.
What?
Didn't you say you had an appointment?
No. I can't do it at 7 anymore because I have a standing appointment at 7 every weekend. Or every Sunday. But yeah, I can still do all right, we'll do.
I didn't know what you were talking about. I was trying to make a smart ass joke and now it failed because I'm stupid.
All right, so it'll be maybe 15 and 15 is the way to go. Who gives a shit? We don't hit our goal today. None of this fucking matters, my man. So we've got a 12-show win streak going. Let's keep it alive. All right, let's find out what Hollerbox is doing with their dementia-friendly menu. I almost forgot about this story. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo.
You okay?
It's just too funny.
Family have experienced in some way. Well, the World Health Organization estimates that there are more than 55 million people around the world who have dementia, and each year there's about 10 million new cases reported. Caregivers bear the weight of this disease, but now a local organization called Dementia Friendly Dining is hoping to ease that load just a little bit through a...
What a weird of all the foundations we need and like all the groups we need to provide certain services, it's like, all right, we got to feed people with boogers for brains.
Dementia-friendly dining. It's even used by the White House.
Yeah.
Dude, what the fuck is dementia-friendly? Like, if everything to you doesn't make sense because the world's changing every 5 minutes, or you think it's 1957 all of a sudden, what is having, like, a strawberry tart do for you? Like,
Right. I don't understand. Can't you just feed the forgetful motherfucker anything you want and move on with your day?
I mean, they have dementia. Just tell them it's whatever they need it to be when they're eating it.
And who gives a shit what they're eating if they're just going to forget about it later anyway? Like what
they have dementia. It's not like they can remember enjoying the meal.
Yeah. I think we're overthinking this whole eating with people with dementia. Give them a bowl of cereal and let's fucking go.
A simple evening out at a restaurant with their loved one. News 6's Emily McLeod learns more about dementia-friendly dining, what it means, and the latest restaurant.
Bro, Central Florida dementia-friendly dining. They have 150 likes and 172 followers. Can Steel Toe get a fucking spot on the news, please? I got let's see, 13,000 YouTube, 4,000 Rumble, 9,000 Facebook, 5,000 Twitter. Come on, I'm like at 30,000 or something. Can I get a fucking plug?
Dude, were they featured on diners, drive-ins, and dives? What's with the poster in the background?
I can't remember. No, I'm sure Hollerbacks was.
Yeah, so dementia-friendly dining is weirding me out. What is it that's dementia-friendly?
Let's find out.
To get results.
Co-founder of Dementia Friendly Dining, Dennis Dolniak, says the organization came to be because of his own experience with the illness.
I suffered through this with my wife, and it was with my wife where we actually created our first restaurant. I was very, very proud of the fact that I could still take my wife out and enjoy that experience.
The only problem is the bitch couldn't stop forgetting that we had pizza last night, and I don't want to eat it again. Sorry.
We'd sit down and she'd suddenly start screaming, "This isn't my dinner table." And she'd raise, "Holy hell." And finally we had a place that understood, no, my wife's just batshit nuts, and we can all go on with our meal.
Treasure those moments because I no longer have them.
Dementia Friendly Dining aims to partner up with restaurants to create a dining experience that's comfortable for people with dementia and those who care for them. So far, 5 Central Florida restaurants have signed up to provide dementia friendly dining, including the organization's newest.
Bro, if Perkins can do it, how difficult can it be to provide dementia-friendly dining? Like, what can't people with dementia? You order the food, you get the food brought, you eat the food, it's fine. Like, I don't understand where the...
Can they not use silverware? What?
Yeah.
Again, why? What are we going above and beyond for dementia people?
I don't get it.
Edition Hollerbox in Sanford. Tell me, if somebody comes in for dementia-friendly dining, what are some of the differences they can expect between regular dining and what you all are providing?
We will have Hollerback staff taking them to their back area, their side room.
Oh, so we'll just seclude the fucking weirdos. That's great. Hey, what's dementia-free dining? Oh, we put you in your own solitary confinement so you don't have a restaurant experience with everyone else.
Yeah, like I said, dementia-friendly dining is just, we need a place for you to go so when you scream holy murder because you have dementia, it's not going to bother everyone else.
Hey, what's dementia-friendly dining? Oh, don't worry, we just lock the freaks in a room on their own.
Do we need to worry about taking them out to have a good time if they have to be locked in a special room because they might not have a good time?
Yeah.
Like, I'm just saying.
Maybe that's not for them.
Just fucking DoorDash, dementia DoorDash. Like, you show up with the food, there it is.
It's perfect. They wonder how it got there. You just tell them the stork brought it. Everyone's fine. How about if you have to take someone into a special room, they're probably not enjoying the restaurant experience.
Plus, then when she pays the guy for her food, she once again gets to think she's talking to her husband, and she's like, "Oh, it's so good to see you, Tim."
It's
like, and he has no idea what's going on, but a little rub and tug and $5. I mean, it's not a bad night.
Who's complaining?
To where there's not so much attractions, noise, the music is off in that area, and we place the client.
So why not just fucking eat at home? We take them away from home. We take them away from all the people, all the ambiance, all the noise, all the entertainment. Well, then why are you at a restaurant?
So we can enjoy that experience. You took the entire experience out of the experience.
I wish these selfish motherfuckers would just admit, I hate having someone with me who has dementia. I want to go out to a restaurant, so I'm going to make this work somehow. Because your person with dementia doesn't want to go. They don't give a fuck. You want to go to the restaurant, so you want to make it as nice as possible, so you get your own room while they scream and throw a fit because they don't know where the fuck they are. You're willing to put them through that trauma so that you can go to a restaurant. Like Johnny said, DoorDash it or put in a to-go order, and let's call it. Jesus.
With dementia, with their back to the door, so that their visuals are more focused on their loved one. And we train the servers to establish great eye contact, a contagious smile, and focusing on the fact that we're delivering quality service.
So basically, we come in and bother everyone. We make them open up a back room. We turn the person with dementia around so they don't see anything stimulating, you know, like sitting in your dining room table at home. Dude, I knew this was going to be dumb and bullshit when I found it last night. This is as dumb and bullshit as I thought it was.
We train our staff to be very... No. You need to train your staff to assert dominance. Listen, you crazy bitch. Sit down and eat your fucking soup.
All right, fine. It's spaghetti again. Fuck it.
When dementia-friendly dining approached you all and asked...
Spitters and shitters.
Hey, how's the dinner service? Rough crew, spitters and shitters. Had to gag them and bag them. That's Garland Green, man.
you to be a part of their organization. What was y'all's reaction?
Immediate yes.
Chief Operating Officer for Hallerbox German Restaurant Chris Kremen says the reaction was bigger than expected when they announced the restaurant would offer dementia-free dining.
Everyone kind of has a connection to dementia one way or another, and that turns out very true.
No, if it's did she just say dementia-free dining?
Yeah, she said dementia-free dining.
That's something
I
people
feel like
would
if people showed up for dementia-free dining, they're not going to like it when, you know, Psycho Grandma comes through talking about how she's hoping her Johnny comes back from the war. Like, I mean, no.
Talking about, yeah, Granny starts yelling about how they can't let Johnson give everything to the ends. You're like, Jesus, Grandma, we're at Hallerbox.
Was bigger than expected when they announced the restaurant would offer dementia-free dining.
Yeah, like you told me there was dementia-free dining. I'd be like, let's go fucking eat, homeboy. Whoop.
Everyone kind of has a connection to dementia one way or another, and that turns out very true. Tons of our staff have been connected to people, and then our guests have already started asking questions about it and making connections.
Fuck that, man. My grandparents die of like cancer and shit like real old people. They don't wait around too long and have their brains turned to mush. My grandparents get a little kidney problems. My grandparents get some cancer, and then they drop dead.
I thought my grandma had dementia, and then I talked more with my family and just found, no, she was always just a crazy bitch.
Yeah.
But,
it's just a bit psycho, that's all.
Dude, this is a weird angle. What's wrong with this wall? Forget your dementia-friendly dining. Can we get a construction expert in here?
That's like loose wallpaper or something, or they just put that over some wallpaper.
Or it looks like part of the sheetrock is letting go. Like, what the fuck is going on here?
Jesus.
Connections with our staff through it, so the ripples are already there.
Dementia-friendly dining's other co-founder, Tony Gittles, says being able to go out to dinner not only helps the patient, but the caregiver too.
Going out to eat is just a tradition in the United States. It's something that's normal. It makes you feel normal.
That's why we weigh 450 pounds. Look, they're starting to let the mask slip a little because it's like I said at the beginning. This doesn't sound like it's for the dementia patient.
No, it's for the caregiver.
Yes.
Who's most often in these dementia cases a loved one.
Yeah.
Someone who's like, I married into this for better or for worse, in sickness and in health, and now I'm really getting called on that worse and sickness part.
Yeah.
Really got to stick this out.
Is Perkins really worth it? I mean, just stay the fuck home.
I mean, if you're looking for someone to bang because your wife has dementia, yeah.
When you're able to do that and when you're in a safe environment.
Hollerbox will begin offering dementia-friendly dining on Monday, July 15th on select days from 3 to 5 p.m. To learn more about the day.
All right. Well, if you got to lock your person with dementia in a back room so they can't see any lights or people or anything like that, it does seem like a fucked up way for you to get yourself a nice meal. I'm not.
Again, can't we get this meal to go and just have it at home?
Right.
Sorry, motherfucker, but you got a crazy bitch or dude. Like, you got to deal with it.
Yeah. Thank you very much to Ethan with $25 over on PayPal. He says, match this, chat. Hey, I would love if you guys matched that $25 from Ethan. That's going to put us at 145 for today. Guys, we're getting closer. Let's make this thing happen. 145 is the number. Let's go on our last big run of the day in the next 10, 15 minutes here. Let's see how far we can drop this thing down. Maybe we knock it out before we have to rattle the cans. That would be fucking superb. So go ahead and throw us a couple of bucks just like Ethan did. 145 is the number. We're getting closer and closer every minute. Keep it up, guys. Keep that energy going. Day One Salt. I like Day One Salt. They usually have good stuff. Watch them be fucking terrible here. You get charged twice because you forgot you already paid. That's why the restaurant does it. Yeah, they can charge you a little extra. Yeah, are you kidding? They're not giving the person with dementia the tab. They're giving it to the person who wanted to do this.
The caregiver is the one who has all the money.
Yeah. I don't buy for a second that this is just like the nice, kind thing that they're doing for the forgetful. You know? Day One Salt says they are all connected to Joe Biden's dementia. That's true. We all have connections to dementia. Our president has it.
We've all seen it happen.
Yeah. Just bring grandma a doggy bag for fuck's sake. Yeah. I mean, they're not enjoying it. You have to stick them in a room with their back turned to the door. You have to teach the staff to approach them like you would a pit bull. Like, it's okay. You're all right. Just say it's
They're going to fling their mashed potatoes no matter where they do it. Just do it at home.
Fauci's Pangolin says, what the fuck did Johnny run around the chair 10 times? I didn't make that.
No, someone was offering me money to run around the chair 10 times.
Oh.
And I said I couldn't because, one, there's not enough space to run around the chair. And two, I literally can't physically run around the chair. We'd be here all day while I hobble around this thing.
I just think you guys should be fucking rad and drop $25 in because you think the show is fun and we're having a good time together. That's what I think. 145 is our number today. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo. PH Cheddar becoming a member for 14 months says hello all. Thank you, buddy. I'm going to open up these 7 o'clock hour stories. While I do, you guys are going to hammer out the rest of today's goal. And then I'm going to tell you about Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. The Steel Toe Family Reunion, the 10th anniversary party, is Saturday, August 10th. And we have about 40 tickets left for this event. I'm very excited. Whiskey Pete, Oz, Matt, Johnny, Tom Chilstrom, myself, and the list is going to get bigger and bigger. We're talking about, we've offered Corey Adam a spot, Adrian Washington a spot. We're going to contact some of the Rockin' 101 people, see if we can get that done. This could end up being the biggest anniversary show we've ever done.
So this isn't a roast anymore?
We're going back to our blood. Since we got burned and stabbed in the back by the people who are going to kind of headline our the roast idea. And then, by the way, after telling me how fun of an idea it sounded like and how they were excited and writing jokes, then she goes and shits all over the idea. Who throws a roast for themselves? The audience has been asking us to do the roast thing for a long time. And so I thought it would be fun for them to do it.
Just to be clear, so the editing screens I've been building for...
Oh, no. Have you been building editing screens?
Yeah, well, we were going to do video drop-ins with Red Bar and Alex Stein, and I wanted to have, like, the whole, like, the Steel Toe logo, like, explode, name, there we go. Like,
yeah.
I'll just go ahead and I'll just go delete those.
Go fuck yourself, apparently.
Yeah. Excuse me, I'm gonna go trip and hurt myself because that'll.
Oh, it's not necessary. Go to eventbrite.com. Get your tickets. If you're a VIP, claim your tickets by emailing aaronimholtradio@gmail.com. We also have the Cornhole Tournament at 3 o'clock, so come out and party with us all day at Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville, Minnesota. Again, we've got we're pushing our limit on seating availability. There's about 40 left. So go ahead and get yours at Eventbrite today. Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. Great place to go hang out, have a few drinks on the patio. And Thursday is bike night at Stoney's. Midland Armory in downtown Foley. Of course, midlandarmory.com. Our friends at Midland, Derek and Tracy, they have a great selection of firearms, both online and at their store. Also, tactical gear, knives, optics, everything you can think of is at Midland Armory in downtown Foley or midlandarmory.com. Go shopping at Midland Armory today. Visit midlandarmory.com and find your newest addition to your firearms collection. And All Care Towing, 320-253-5203. For our friends at All Care, they have a huge variety of trucks and wreckers that can pick up everything from motorcycles to heavy-duty vehicles. So the next time you go in the ditch or you get in an accident or the car stalls out, whatever it is, make our friends at All Care Towing the place you call. They get out there faster than anyone else. That's All Care Towing, 320-253-5203. All right, you guys knock out the last $145. We'll keep throwing stories at you. Should be a good one. Biden has officially approved Secret Service protection for RFK Jr. Why a Kennedy hasn't had Secret Service protection the fucking instant that he became a presidential candidate, I still don't know.
Because nobody respects him as a presidential candidate and they want him to go away. Nobody's going to kill Kennedy. His voice is going to ruin his chances.
I just, Trump, I guess, has been lobbying for RFK Jr. to get Secret Service protection. Trump tweeted or Truth Socialed, whatever. He says, given the history of the Kennedy family, it's obviously the right thing to do. It is imperative that Robert F. Kennedy Jr. receive Secret Service protection. I think
but then the government went, but we've spent so much time killing his family. We thought this time, why don't we make it easier?
It is kind of an insult. Like, you murdered so many members of Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s family, and now you're going to start protecting his? I wouldn't trust it. If I were RFK Jr., I'd be like, I'll hire private security, thanks. No, really, I'm good. I'm serious. I have no problem hiring my own security. He ended up being kind of a lefty like his dad, but there's some political sons who went the other way. I think Ronald Reagan's kid is like a super lefty talk show host. Ron Reagan Jr. I think he's like an uber liberal. I can see that happening though. Like you grow up and your parents are this big political figure and you're like, fuck them, I'm rebelling.
And then you see the bullshit that happens as a result of all the stuff they did.
Well, Ron Reagan Jr., another guy, his dad got shot.
Yeah.
So it's...
Black people loved him too.
Black people loved Reagan?
No, I'm making that up.
Oh,
because he got shot. I'm like, yeah, and then the black people loved him too.
Yeah, I think they're mad at him over the whole, crack thing. Well,
he had to keep him in line somehow.
They were starting to move into the suburbs. What were we supposed to do? Let's go to this. This is the Biden administration yesterday or Sunday.
In light of this weekend's events, the president has directed me to work with the Secret Service to provide protection to Robert Kennedy Jr.
I don't know. Like I said, if I'm Robert Kennedy Jr., I'm going, did you see the job they did with Trump?
Did you see the job they did with my uncle?
Yeah. Didn't really. I mean, they rode him around in a fucking drop top. I really didn't even think they were trying to keep that one a secret. I mean, Jesus. Almost seems like a public execution. Guys, throw me a bone. I don't know.
Just don't throw me a parade.
Yeah, just whatever you do. Don't throw me a parade. That would be horrific if you threw me a parade. Chevy fan says Kiki was on Win by 2 and his 120 viewers. Oof. Yikes, that's rough. That's not even half the viewers we have on our B show.
So wait, she went on Win by 2 with 120 viewers, or she has that now?
No, he has that. That's actually, from what I've seen, that's a good day for him. So I'm not really sure.
I can't shit on that. I don't do those.
Her and April will marry Nick. Dude, if you marry Nick at this point, that's on you. That's your life decision. God bless. Day One Salt with $20 on Rumble says, thanks for the shout out. The toe may have stepped in shit, but the smell attracted new viewers. Let them roll in. Shit toe's the only way to go. Stay funny. Oh, thank you, buddy.
Thank you.
We take home 16 of that, so that puts us at 130. Guys, we got 13 minutes before we start the hardcore begging type of shit. We're only 130 away. You guys can do this. Everybody rally up. Everybody throw in a couple of bucks. We'll knock out this last 130 and call Tuesday another win for the toe as well. Get in there, whether it's the links of the PayPal link, Streamlabs, Venmo, whatever. Just go in there and do it because we have clawed our way to 130. We have clawed our way to shooting distance, striking distance, and I want to see you guys get us the rest of the way there. And it's all been $20 and under. It's all been small donations. Well, 25 and under. So thank you guys very much for that. Let's go to a story out of South Carolina. I think this one really illustrates one of those hardcore north-south differences. And one of those north-south differences is the way we perceive the Confederate flag. Now, up here, for the most part, people see the Confederate flag and they go, oh, God, Jesus, what are you trying to bring back slavery? What the hell's your problem? Meanwhile, down in the South, they don't want you putting your greasy fucking fingers on their Confederate flag.
Yeah, no, dude, that's, in some cases, that's more their flag than the American flag. Like, that's their flag.
You're not wrong, yeah. So this guy in Spartanburg got arrested. Wait till you hear what he got arrested for. This is how seriously they take their shit in us down south.
In Spartanburg.
Uh-oh, this is going to be the wrong person to report on this story.
Oh, boy.
Here we go.
County deputies have arrested a man who attempted to lower the Confederate flag off of Interstate 85.
So, again, in South Carolina, you try to lower our fucking Confederate flag, we'll slap the cuffs on you and threaten to blow your head off. I'm gonna do a brave thing. This is probably some asshole who moved to the South for college. And he's like, I'm going to fight against the oppression of the Confederacy. And he starts lowering it. Cops get out with toothpicks in their mouths. Get away from the fucking flag or we'll fill you full of lead. Get away from our goddamn flag. Go take that one down, you fucking hippie. And they point to a pride flag.
Deputies arrested James Blitch for trespassing at mile marker 76 on the southbound side of I-85.
Look at that. They did rough him up, too.
Is it just me, or does he have kind of like a young Alex Stein look?
There is a little Alex Stein. He's also one of these people. I always hate this look. He's got too much face for his eyes, nose, and mouth. He's got too much facial area.
Really?
And they shoved his eyes and nose and mouth into one space. They could have spaced it out a bit more.
You're gonna criticize people's spatial arrangement?
What's wrong with my spatial arrangement? Go ahead.
I don't know, Captain Forehead. What do you want?
The forehead doesn't count. We're talking about the cheeks and the chin and the jawline. And where his fucking eyeballs are.
Okay, double chin.
Look, I am a German. We are the Aryan people. We are chosen. This man is hideous. Leave it alone. But look,
I don't think you're fat. I'm not hobo chili recipe, but I will say you do have permanent, I would call it permanent squirrel jaw. You've always got a sack with extra nuts for storage space or something. It's weird. It's weird.
By the way, 383 Novocaine claiming his tickets to the anniversary show. That's officially down to 38 left for the. Jesus Christ, we got a month till the show and we're almost sold out already.
Yeah, that's going to be a problem.
Thank you guys very much. I appreciate it. But look, they fucked this guy up for touching the Confederate flag. Look at that cut on his eye.
Yeah.
You think he had that before?
That's somebody who met the side of the car too fast. But make sure to put your head up. Oh, sorry. Yeah, get your head down there. Don't wanna do that.
It's exactly what they did, dude.
Deputies say when they arrived to the scene, he climbed the fence onto a property on T-Berry Road. Deputies say Blitch was attempting to lower the flag because he did not agree with it. He was in possession of tools, including a Dremel and drill bits, at the time of his arrest. Deputies also say Blitch had driven all the way from Atlanta to lower the flag before returning home.
Okay, who's more fucked up? The guy flying the Confederate flag or the guy driving across multiple states to take it down?
Second one.
Yeah. I think the second one. I just don't, like, to me, the Confederate flag is such a live and let live issue.
Yeah, it doesn't mean anything. The people that, like, have a affinity for it it's just an affinity for their cultural heritage of, like, my grandfather, my daddy.
My daddy served in the army, and he lost his right arm.
But this one's more like, my grandpa served in the Confederacy to enslave some black guys, and he lost a leg and died from some gangrene. Now it's going wrong.
Hey guys, don't send me multiple emails about claiming your anniversary tickets. If you've claimed your anniversary tickets, I got it. I just can't respond to all of them. If you've sent them in, I've got it. If you come to the show and you tell me you sent it in, I got it. It's good. You're good to go. If you send me more than one, it's gonna fuck up my numbers. So I apologize for that. If you've sent an email, I've got it, and you're good. JL Not Here with $1 says, can someone explain why Jar Jar Bunks is talking about being German and Aryan? Oh, he's talking about me. Oh, no.
I just like that name.
Trucker 18-wheeler with $10 says, but Aaron, according to Keanu, we don't know if April is at Nick's house. Oh my God, is Keanu like fucking buying every lie that oh no. The house is in Nick's fucking name.
The house is in Nick's name. April's been listed in this stuff.
Yeah. April's in the paperwork. They're saying, look, the house that she's in, because she's there, we've got to search both of them when we come out there now. We're searching both houses randomly. Oh, Keanu is sacrificing her own intelligence just so she can have another internet girly friend. It's fucking ridiculous. I mean, she's letting herself be played like a buffoon. You don't have to like me. As a matter of fact, that ship has fucking sailed, believe me. But Jesus, don't make a fool out of yourself. As you've been doing, it's hard to watch. It's really embarrassing to watch. But look, I struggled with it for a long time too. I told these people to stop doing their shit, and they'd look right at you and go, "What? We're not doing anything. What do you mean?" I mean, so I guess if you're in New York and even further away and haven't experienced it for yourself, I can forgive her that ignorance, I suppose. Thank you very much, by the way, for the $10, Trucker 18-wheeler. Guys, we are 125 away from today's goal. Keep going. Let's finish it off. 125 is the number. This can be done. Hammer it out. Throw us a couple of bucks, and we'll knock this thing out. Somebody writing in on the text line, this is my workaround for flying a Confederate flag. Most have no clue what it is. The old Bonnie Blue, and it's a blue flag with a white 5-pointed star on it. I don't know. I've never heard of it. If people want, it's 2024. It's been a long time since the Civil War. There are no slaves. If you want to fly a Confederate flag, fly the fucking flag. And anyone who, comes around trying to tear it down is fucking. You're a busybody.
It doesn't mean anything. It's not like you're like, we're gonna secede from the Union. No, it's just a fucking flag. The same thing. I feel the same way about the people now. Like, you got to fly the original Minnesota flag, or no, if you want to represent the state, we've changed the flag. Who fucking cares? It's a piece of fabric. You can fly wow, that one.
We were at my buddy's cabin up in Finlayson, and we were just driving the pontoon around the lake, and we were just like, we're looking at the people had the new Minnesota flag up, and we're like, yeah, I just don't give a shit.
I just don't give
I don't care. It's fine. It is what it is. It's funny to me that it kind of looks like the Somali flag. That is hilarious. But like,
yeah,
I haven't lost a wink of sleep because of the state flag of Minnesota. Just, it is what it is, I suppose. All right, guys, 125 away from today's goal. MSO thinks he's got this. MSO says, quote, in the chat, I've got this. Guys, prove him wrong. 125, that's doable. Fire away. We got 8 minutes. JL not here with $1 says, Mr. Imholt, have you thought about nose reduction surgery to reduce the space between your eyes? Thank you.
Oh.
I appreciate that. Hey, is today Prime Day?
What's today? The 16th. Yeah.
Today's
first day of Prime Day.
I gotta get on some Amazon today. A little Prime Day. You know what I hate about going on Amazon? There's nothing I want.
Well, the thing I want doesn't get here yet.
A blowy from the girly?
I don't want a blowy, but there's but yeah. Let's just say I'll probably do the show like in studio next week, or not next week, next month on the 13th. I'll probably do the show in studio and then immediately leave to go start what'll be my vacation. I'll come back and do Wednesday's show again in studio.
Okay.
But I'm going to be on vacation August 13th, like that week. My shows.
Okay.
I'm going to be on vacation. And I'll be at the 17th comedy gig, the private gig.
There's nothing for Prime Day that this is unfortunate. There's nothing that I want.
Yeah, I already bought all the stuff I want a while ago. I had to buy a fucking new pump for my goddamn daughter's pool 2 days ago. And I was just like, oh, I should have waited for Prime Day. But what are you going to do?
J. Brock Contrarian says, yeah, Gino looks like a bitch in all this. My girlfriend says I can't be your friend. That's not it. She says Gino never liked me, and Gino only asked me to be in the wedding so they could get April there. That's apparently the only reason they kept doing the show. I mean, look, man, it's fucking mean. It's nasty. It's terrible. But I'm not gonna destroy people that A, are already going through it, and B, that I don't want to destroy them. I don't have any hard feelings towards them other than, their shitty behavior in this situation. I don't. So call that high road. Let's call it the high road then. By the way, thank you, Copperhead, with $20. He says she is brainwashed 100%. I think she is drinking way too much of the April Kool-Aid. That people are allowed to do that. All right, guys, we got 5.5 minutes left in today's show, and we are 110 away. This is a remarkably doable number. Let's finish it off. $110. Who's throwing in a little bit and knocking this thing out? Very doable, kids. 110 away. Let's start our engines. Let's start the rally. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, Venmo, Rumble Rants, however you want to do it. We always appreciate it. $110 away from keeping the streak alive and doing a half hour of overtime today. Off we go. We are 5 minutes and 10 seconds away. Let's start that rally. Fire it up. If you've got 5 or 10 to throw at us, throw 5 or 10 at us. Coming up, we got the Trump shooter talking about his dick size. I mean, why not? We've got Bad Baby, Catch Me Outside Girls OnlyFans numbers. You're gonna either be very proud of her or you're going to want to throw yourself out of a window for that one. And Matt Walsh from the Daily Mail has got a conspiracy theory of his own regarding the Trump shooting. So we've got that.
Just a guy, just gay.
It's just a gay guy out in the woods. We're going to do that if we get to overtime today. We've got all that and more. So go ahead and throw in officially 5 minutes left to go. Let's do it, boys and girls. Let's start the rally. We're 110 away. This is a doable thing. Let's get it done. Don't give MSO the victory. That just sounds depressing. We got yesterday's goal taken care of. We got last night's goal taken care of. Let's stay on this thing. We got 4 minutes left. These last 5 minutes have not been going well lately. They've been extremely stressful. Just get it in there. Force it in. Come on. 110 away. Just don't even worry. Just spit in the general direction and throw it in. Come on, guys.
Force that thing in there.
$110. Come on. We can do it.
Remember to keep an eye on your Venmo this time.
You know what? That's a good idea. I will certainly do that.
Because also, I don't know if you realize this, Venmo really doesn't take a cut, it doesn't seem like.
Not much, no. Not much at all. Well, PayPal doesn't take that much of a cut either. Those Confederate flags on the side of highways in the South are Sons of the Confederacy monuments and flags to pay respect to those who died in war on all sides. Wow, okay.
Again, even if it was just to pay respects to those who died in the war on the southern side, you're in the motherfucking South, man.
Right. It's
like, it'd be one thing if this is Northern California, like, here's our flag to the Confederacy. Like, who the fuck cares? But you're in the South.
This one says, from super anonymous fake donation, seriously fake. And they throw in $75. Oh, guys, that means, come on. You gotta pick up the rest. We are
now we're inside of doing the overtime, right?
Yeah, now we're back to that 35 number. $35 away from killing this thing. You guys can
I
do
have
it.
to use the restrooms.
You use the restroom. I got 2.5 minutes to do my carnival barking bit. $5 from Trucker 18-wheeler. Says also, Keanu said Aaron made Johnny cry.
No, I broke down on my own, but I had a little help from Mersh.
Yeah, Mersh helped. Lab Glass with $10 says Hawk, Tua, and Thrust. Very nice. $25 away from today's goal. There we go, guys. Almost there. $25 is the number. 2 minutes left to hammer out that last 25 and call it another win for the toe. Here we go. I'm just waiting on that last 2-5 spot to come in. And then it's off to the old races again. Lots of content, lots of stuff to do. Let's do the last $25. Oh, my God. Looks like Johnny had an accident. MSO says, sweat the 25. I really am. The 25 is really making me sweat here. 1 minute and 20 seconds left. MSO wants to win. But 25 is such a small number. You'd think we'd have that hammered out in no time. Oh, no. We're at least going an extra 30 today. But 25, I mean, now we're getting into that symbolic number range, but I still can't let that creepy son of a bitch win. Huh? 1 minute. All right, 1 minute to go. I'm throwing the links in there one more time. $25 is the number. Who's going to... It doesn't have to be one person knocking it out all at once. We can do this as a team. It can be a team thing. It can be fun, you guys. 40 seconds to go and $25 away. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, gifted memberships, anything. Oh, my God, you guys. We've got 30 seconds left. $25 to go. You've got to be shitting me. So I'm going to be begging again at 10:25. I really am a fucking terrible show host. All right, 15 seconds to go. Yes, I did get Lab Glasses 10. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. $25 short. Oh, I'm sorry. Big Chris with $10. $15 short. There you go. Thank you, Big Chris. Very cool of you. 15 away. We'll see if we wrap that up in the next half hour. 15. I just want to let you guys know, 15's cold-blooded. Todd with $5. Thank you very much from Todd. That's going to put us $10 away for the day. There we go. All right, last 10 coming at you. Coming in hot with that last $10. Fuck it, you guys could do that in all in $1 donations. I like that. I like when we get really close and then everyone just does $1 at a time and we knock it out that way. Yeah, King Kong Dong just said in the Rumble chat, last 10 we should do $1 at a time. I'm in. I'm in for it. All right, guys, let's go into this Trump shooter dick talk. the guy's creepy looking as hell. And there's like 2 videos that have come out of him like in the high school days or so. And one of them's like him getting bullied, which like obvious, right? Like, I mean, look at the guy. I was saying the other day, like I would have bullied him. Just not saying I'm perfect, but And now the other video they have is him joking with his classmates about his cock, which, you know, sure. Why not? Is Johnny okay? Because like that camera fell and I was looking over here at the time and I didn't see. I'm just worried. He's not on his back like a turtle, is he? Oh, the chair just turned around. I thought the mic fell on the floor. Okay. The camera fell on the floor. Hey, $5 from a guy saying MSO. Oh, thank you very much. And another $5 from Donald Trump too. He says, I love Steel Toe. It's the greatest. I've watched Steel Toe and I said, wow, I love this. Thank you, Donald. That's very nice. Guys, that's $10. We're done. We fucking did it, guys. We knocked out that last 10. It's over. The winning streak continues for the toe. Thank you so much. All right, you want to watch the Trump shooter joke about his dick?
Yes.
Tee hee hee ha ha ha. Like if the would-be assassin had been a stand-up comic at some point, would you want to listen to his stand-up?
Yes.
Me too. I'd want to know if it was any good. I don't know if it would change my mind about him. Like, yeah, hey, fucking rad that he shot the president and all that. But like, you know, at least there would be a redeeming quality. You know, like John Hinckley Jr. can sing his dick off, right?
Yeah.
It's like a folk singer. You know, let's see if
it'd be really, really impressive if, you know, like every person who committed a heinous act had some unbelievable skill. Like say if if Hitler was an amazing artist or something.
Right. Exactly. Let's say like, I don't know, maybe like, let's say Stalin could knit. And like, yeah, he murdered like 15 generals, but he was like, oh, I made all your widows socks. You know, like Russian winters get really cold. And I thought this would be comforting for you. You know, actually, that just makes you look more sociopathic, doesn't it?
Like Pol Pot was really, really good with making pottery. Like, you know,
yeah. Like, oh, sorry, I killed your husband for wearing glasses, but we can't have intellectuals running around here fucking up my shit. By the way, here's a new salsa bowl.
I made you an ashtray.
Oh, no. Paul, Mr. Pot, that sounds a little insensitive. Now's not the time. Oh, hey, I know you're sad that that the Khmer Rouge murdered your husband, but we did make him an urn. What do you say? Trying to think of other tyrants. Oh, yeah. Like, did you know that this is not very well known? People aren't aware of this. Mao Zedong was a stamp collector. And he would leave a stamp on the body of every one of his victims. Just leave it there. Ooh, is that a Titanic one? Nice, Mao.
6'4".
Can't get those.
I go to Stanford University. I have a 10-inch penis and 6'4".
That's it. I'm 6'4". I go to Stanford University. I have a 10-inch penis.
And no ability to pop a zit on my fucking face.
I was gonna say, dude, can we juice that whitehead for fuck's sake? And how about these?
That fucker's
up here?
ready to go. All right, like I get it. Some of us, myself included, get a little trigger happy, and as soon as we feel like the bump, we're like, let's do this now.
He doesn't want he doesn't want it to end up like these two, dude. He picked at those way too early.
Yeah,
but that guy's white. He's ready. He's protruding. He's ready to juice. That's one of those zits where you pop it. Is that an oozer or is that one that goes?
That's a cheeser. That's cheese.
That's it. That's it. What the?
That's my phone. I gotta answer this. I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry. I wanted to listen to the rest of his fucking phone thing. Is it a text or is it a phone call? I don't know. I'm watching now. I'm curious. I'm sorry. So that's all they have is the shooter saying he's 6'4". He goes to Stanford and he has a giant cock. Wow. Fucking the media really just doing a great job. Way to really dig in and get the real story. Oh, I thought there was going to be more to that. I thought he was going to riff. I thought he was going to riff on cock. You know, not just, hey, I got a 10-inch dick. Ugh. By the way, you want to find a guy with a tiny penis? That's a weird question for me to ask. I probably should have rephrased it, but it's too late now. You want to see a guy with a small penis? Watch Steel Toe from 6 to 10. No, watch a guy brag about how giant his cock is. Nobody with a big cock sits and goes, oh, man, my dick is so fucking big. That's not how people with big dicks talk. I mean, I wouldn't know how they talk personally, but I know how a guy with a serviceable mid-range cock talks. Kind of like this. Hey, it's a good one. You're not going to complain. You're also not going to write any letters to magazines. It's, right in there. Let's go to King Kong Dong. He says, Genghis Khan loved leaving cum shots in everyone to make 10% of the world related to me. That's true. Genghis Khan shot loads in a lot of bitches. Isn't it like 1 in 4 people in Asia can trace their roots back to Genghis Khan? I had one of those douchebag teachers. He actually wasn't a douchebag. I really liked him, but he did that douchebag thing where you talk like the people from that area, and he would always call Genghis Khan Chinggis Khan, and that fucking bothered me to no end. Hated it. Don't know why it stuck with me. Chevy fan says, why are we watching Aaron's vines from high school? He's not me. The shooter and I look nothing alike. Rachel says, oh, so he's just mentally retarded. Right, exactly. Now you've got it. I think Johnny's still on the phone. Landers says, this is why we need a nationwide bring back bullying initiatives too. You got to be careful with bullying because I agree on one hand, like the bullying can backfire and it can cause like a mass shooter or whatever. But also sometimes bullying can set a guy straight, it's hard to know which one's which. It's difficult. I'll give you that. Day One Salt says above average here. These whores want forearm sized penis. I'll be told, oh, it's big. And I'll be like, it's good. It's not like, I'm not going to sit there and get in an argument in the middle of sex. That would be very Seinfeldian, wouldn't it? She's like, oh God, that's so huge. I'm like, it's fine. It's good. Like, let's not go huge. Like, it's a good dick, but it's not like, come on. It's not a skyscraper for Christ's sake. Solid. You know what my dick is? Steve Kerr. John Paxson, the white guy on the Bulls who could hit a lot of threes. That's my dick. JL not here with $2 says, dang, Aaron's shots fired at Ethan the Gunt Ralph on how he is the Memphis Micro. I don't know enough. J. Brock Contrarian says, bullying has not helped with Aaron. No, it's just made me a bigger cunt. 09 Canyon says there's bullying and there's tough love teasing. I'm a bigger fan of bullying. 383 Novocaine with $2 says he was also in a BlackRock video. Yeah, we played that earlier today on the show. If you missed that, you can go back and watch. We played the BlackRock video. Again, it's kind of like the bragging about his dick video. He's in it for a split second.
It's not really much. I always find the grossest thing about the videos of this guy are always, again, like his face has veritable, like, fucking nukeable zits. Like, what are you doing? What are you doing?
That is just, God, he's just loaded with them. And what is he, 20?
But this is someone, too, like, even if you got him on a solid proactive program, like, I don't think, like, he has a face that looks like he's not going to get laid. I don't think
he doesn't work. Not very good social skills either. Really rude. Like a giant, he's a huge asshole. By the way, look at this picture. Doesn't he kind of look like Jesse P.S.?
Wow, dude, Aaron. Shots fired, man.
I love Jesse. Jesse knows I love him. But that looks like Jesse from Pod Awful a little bit.
I will say his hair looks much longer there than in any of the photos we ever
Right.
saw.
Well, that's that conspiracy theory someone sent me that it's not actually that guy, it's somebody else. But I'm like, well, what's the fucking point of that? You know? But there's a little bit of Jesse P.S. In fact, it's rumored that before the shooter shot President Trump, he said, happy to be here, and then threw a pickle on the ground. I had no idea. You know what he did? You know what he sent to Donald Trump's hotel room the night before the shooting?
What did he do?
Coleslaw.
Coleslaw?
I think it might have been Jesse. I think there's a chance. There's a little bit of a Jesse P.S. look there. I don't know. Yeah, Honky says, yes, Jesse P.S. from AIM Awful.
Ugh.
I don't know. I just, like you said, even if he didn't have horrible zits, he doesn't seem like he has the personality to be well-liked.
And this is, again, where I have trouble believing that he got all the way to I have to shoot Donald Trump without social media help or influence or nobody's help or influence. His dad just bought him a gun recently. Like, that's another weird part. So your dad just up and buys you a rifle?
Yeah.
Like,
something off about the whole, like, he's the only 20-year-old in the world without social media.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, I mean, what is it? Hawk to a girl says she's not on social media, but she has a Snapchat.
And I think she had an Instagram, too, before all this. I'm almost positive. But I don't know. I think that I'm still going with the theory that this was a setup. It's just, you can't explain this all away with incompetence because the Secret Service has never been this fucking incompetent.
Yeah. And it's really hard to believe the Secret Service did not spot this guy when, like we said, people on the ground are like, there's a dude on the roof.
Right.
Like, if you're surveilling the crowd for suspicious people, eventually you're going to come across the group of people all pointing to the roof. And then you're going to be like, oh, so let's look at what's up over there. The whole thing seems weird.
It is. It's so fucking strange. It's the one, like you said, it's the one place that you should have a Secret Service guy on the roof of. And that guy should not have been able to get into that area. And people are like, oh, it was just outside the event area. You still shouldn't be able to get there with a gun when the former president's in town. There's just too many question marks. There's too many doors they left wide open that they don't typically leave wide open. If they fucked one thing up, that's one thing. This was too much.
The space being available, him being there that long, he wasn't very suspicious. Everybody saw him. It just seems too much. Like somebody either let him in, wanted him in, or wanted that opportunity to be available for anyone who wanted to take it.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't, whatever they're going to sell us, I don't think it'd be hard for me to buy it. Matt Walsh he made Mediaite yesterday because he tweeted, there are calls for unity, but unity is not possible. The forces that at a minimum set the stage for Trump's assassination, the same ones that have been trying to destroy him and you for years, are still at work. The only unity is in their defeat. The only way out is through. All right, so that's kind of the right's Corinne Jean-Pierre, right?
That's not helping, but
Yeah.
okay.
It's not. That's not exactly going to move the ball, as they say in the calming things down realm. All right. So that's Matt Walsh. And he's also saying these people who at the very least set the stage for Trump's assassination. I can't disagree with him there.
Yeah. They definitely, like I said, they wanted someone to take this shot, or they put this guy together to do it, in my opinion.
How much do you want to bet the Secret Service is going to try and pawn this off on the locals? They're going to somehow say it was like the local law enforcement that fucked up.
Well, we do have Officer Bumfuck kind of failing to stop the guy. Like, oh, he's got a gun, better go.
Can we just call him Timmons?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Timmons was a setup.
I didn't shoot the president. Timmons was a setup. Why did he say he didn't shoot the president? Because he didn't. The more I see shit come out, the more it feels like Shooter or the clip I sent yesterday with Bradley Cooper's character, says King Kong Dong. Yeah, it's just, it doesn't pass the smell test. It doesn't help that they've been fucking hiding shit from us and lying to us and making shit up and pursuing their own agenda openly for the last 4 years, though.
Yeah, now is really not the time to expect us to believe you.
Right. We believe that you're up to something perpetually. Death Beholden says, unity means you get the message. If you keep this up, we will kill you, so be a good bitch. Yeah, J-Bra says, I'm not a conspiracy guy per se, but fuck, that guy was so close. It makes no sense to me. Hooters Girl says they are currently pinning it on the locals. Okay, yep. That's how I know it's horse shit. Really? The Secret Service is in charge of all this stuff, and you're going to say it's these dumb yokel cops?
The yokel cops shouldn't and wouldn't be the ones responsible for posting a sniper team in the like the Glenn Beck clip we played earlier, the most obvious sniping point if you wanted to shoot the president was right there. The best way you make sure there isn't a person there is you have your own team there trying to fight off anyone else that might be in the crowd or everything else. It's just not what you do. So yeah, I have no faith whatsoever that this was just a complete accident and people slipped up and people are incompetent. No, this one, you could argue like, oh yeah, no, but it's incompetence and you want to see some sort of architecture in it because then it makes you feel like the world has cause and purpose. No. This one was a fucking setup, motherfucker.
Yeah, I think once Biden, it was clear he wasn't going to step down. They were like, all right, we got to take more extreme measures. But could Biden beat the next guy? Because if they succeeded and they got Trump and they knocked him out like that, I feel like whoever takes up his mantle was going to win.
Right, but whoever takes up his mantle might still be more of a government cog and a government pawn.
No, that's a good point.
I don't think I feel like if they're doing this, it's because, and this makes me sound like a fucking MAGA Trump supporter. I hate myself as, but they're going after him because he's not part of the system, he's not part of the machine, and he doesn't want to play the game.
Yeah, and then this is actually good for people like my uncle. Because like the assassination attempts and things like that, the real raw news and like there's a fake this guy and fake that guy. This will give you plenty to chew on for quite some time. One person texting in saying either Matt Walsh or Candace Owens will be Trump's press secretary come November. Just watch. Well, that's an interesting theory. Matt Walsh, Candace Owens? Nah. I would like it if that McEnany came back. She was really good.
Yeah.
McEnany's good. There's got to be another dickhead Republican who would be really good at that gig. I mean, obviously Tucker would be good. How about Alex Jones?
I mean, he does need work.
Yeah, right? Give him a shot. Let him test it out. At least bring him in for an audition. Right?
Just don't do Hannity. Don't do
No, don't let it be Hannity. That would be terrible. O'Reilly could be kind of fun.
Have we seen or heard anything from O'Reilly in a long time?
I think he does a podcast.
Does he?
I think so. I could be wrong about that, but I think he does a podcast. Otherwise, after he was done with Fox, he didn't have to work anymore.
True.
Could have just called
He'd
it.
made more than enough money and assaulted more than enough ladies.
Hey, Johnny, remember her?
Yeah.
Remember Cash Me Outside? Remember Bad Baby, they call her now?
Yeah.
Well, she released her OnlyFans statement yesterday. This is over the course of the last 3 years that she's been on OnlyFans. Are you ready for her numbers?
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, I give you 3 years of OnlyFans for Cash Me Outside. If you can't read that number, it says $57,060,758.48. She has made just shy of $20 million a year since 2021. since she turned 18 and went to OnlyFans. Fuck.
I'm going to go find a tote.
She's like 20, 21 years old. And she's made $57 million dollars.
Are you fucking kidding me?
And she's not that hot.
She's not that hot. So far as I know, she's not talented. Like, what has she done?
I just don't understand, like, why she's as big as she is. But $57 million, dude, you can't argue with it. 09 Canyon says she made a boatload on day one. Okay.
Yeah, boatload on day one or not, that's still... I wish I could be there.
King Kong Dong says, Johnny, want to start a shotgun with me?
Kind of.
Rusty Grammar, fuck off. That's just wrong. 09 Canyon, good for her. I hope she has a good financial guy. The first thing I thought of when I saw that $57 million is that I hope she doesn't manage her own money and that this dumb hoe didn't like take out all $57 million and start spending it. Because like,
whereas I'm like, I hope to fuck she's managing her own money and she's got it under control. And this dumb hoe just took it out and started spending it like crazy. I would love that.
Because like at least 25 million of that's got to go to taxes.
Yeah.
So you can keep about 30 and that should get you by. But if you're taking out all 50, that's the worst is these celebrities, they spend, and they go, I didn't know that taxes weren't taken out. And then they get hit with that bill and they're like, fuck, I'm normal now.
Yeah. I actually kind of had a little bit of a hit of that. Not like I didn't know taxes were taken out, but like I didn't realize I'd have to pay back this much in taxes. Shit.
Oh, Death Beholden says the $57 million is after taxes. The gross was $71 million. Look at the statement again. All right, hold on. I'll go back and look at the statement. $57 million. There it is. Oh, they're right. The gross was $71 million. The net was $57. Now, wait a minute. Is that taxes or is that OnlyFans cut?
I don't know.
Because I feel like that might be OnlyFans cut, perhaps. That's the $71 million. I think she's still got to pay taxes on that 57. I could be
Either
wrong.
way, this is still an amount and a figure of money that, like, I'm just like, what? Like, no, what have you done to deserve all of this? What?
She yelled at Dr. Phil. By the way, $5 from Meg. She said on Venmo says win toe. Yes, we did post a win today. Thank you, Meg. Appreciate it. Yeah, I think that was the OnlyFans cut was $14 million, which nice. And they didn't have to do shit but host it. Approachable says, I feel like if Hawk Tua girl started OnlyFans today, she would be a billionaire by the end of the month. I hope she doesn't do it. I actually like her.
No, she's not going to do OnlyFans.
Yeah, I hope. I'm glad she's not, and I hope she doesn't because she seems like a decent enough kid. But Bad Baby, like the thing about Bad Baby is she was always trash. Like she was always garbage. She started off in the public eye as garbage, so the fact that she's still OnlyFans trash is fine. And she'll make a few more million before she's done. I mean, she's definitely peaked. But she'll still make a few more million. It's just, I don't have any faith in anyone who gets that much money that fast to hold on to it. Because even if she only pocketed 30 million of it, that should be enough to get you from 20 years old to the day you die.
Yeah, but when you're making that money, you're just going to be like, oh, well, this is just going to keep being a thing.
That's what happens. That's what happens to athletes, too. Athletes get $15 million a year and they go, oh, I'm going to be getting $15 million a year till I die. No, you're going to be getting it for about 2 or 3 more years. Like that's your peak. And then after that, you're going to make a couple 5s and then like a 2 or a 3, and then you're going to be done.
And then the whole time in between, you weren't smart enough to get a vasectomy and you've been blowing loads and bitches from here to fucking San Francisco. And now you got 3 or 4 kids to pay for. Congratulations, Mr. Cannon.
You're not wrong about that either. Rusty Grammer says Oilers girl would be a billionaire by Friday for sure.
Oh, yeah, dude. Oh, yeah.
Oilers girl she's pretty, man. She's good looking, and she's complete Canada trash, too. Hey, do you remember Amber Rose? Like, she was one of those proud to be hoe chicks. She was like a model. She fucked Kanye and a bunch of other. She's famous for the guys she fucked. And Amber Rose, apparently, I did not have this on my bingo card for this year, spoke at the Republican National Convention yesterday.
Wait a minute. What? Why?
Yeah. Would you like to watch some of that?
Yes.
Now, remember, Amber Rose, like, yo, y'all, I'm a hoe. This is her speaking at the RNC.
The first person I knew who supported Donald Trump was my father. I was shocked. My entire family is racially diverse, and I believed the left-wing propaganda that Donald Trump was a racist. My father said, "No, he's not, Amber. What are you talking about?" And when I insisted, he said, "Prove it." So to prove my father wrong, I did my research and looked into all things Donald Trump. People have to do their research. I watched.
He's leaning. He's like, could you speak up a little? I can't hear you out of this one. Look at that.
He's leaning forward like, I'm sorry, I can't see your tits. I'm looking at the audience. I can't see your tits.
Hey, Johnny, who's got the nice spot next to Trump?
Tucker Carlson and JD Vance.
Yeah, it's fucking Tucker and Vance, man. That's a murderer's row. He's got. Oh, I probably shouldn't say murderer's row, but that's a real hot lineup he's got next to him. Donald Trump.
All the rallies, and I started meeting so many of you, his red hat wearing supporters.
I wonder if she'd take $250,000 so I could fuck her. It's a possibility.
I realized Donald Trump and his supporters don't care if you're black, white, gay, or straight. It's all love.
Oh. Well, hold on.
I just need to know one thing, cocked or decocked. That's it.
And that's when it hit me. These are my people. This is where I belong. So I let go of my fear of judgment, of being misunderstood, of getting attacked by the left, and I put the red hat on too.
Wow, you know, there's something about becoming a Republican. These broads become a little more respectable. You know, a little classier. When she was
I don't know, with that fucking forehead tattoo.
Well, look.
Every time I look at her, I'm just like, oh.
Look.
So, look, I'm just like, no, I'm sorry. But you got that forehead tattoo and that look at you and the history you're known for. I'm like, I'm sorry, ma'am. I'm uncomfortable seeing you standing on two legs. Could you get on all fours, please?
That would make
feel like that's your natural position.
That'd be a little more comfortable. Tracy, I don't know what the forehead tattoo says. All I know is, you know what it actually says? It says, remember, tattoos are forever, fuckface, so think it through. I think is what that tattoo says. That's it for today, guys. Johnny's coming on at 2 o'clock with Just Kidding LLC on YouTube, Rumble, and Twitch. Subscribe, watch, enjoy. It's going to be at 2 o'clock Central today. Johnny, thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
We're back again tonight at 7 p.m. with Matt, and then 6 a.m. tomorrow morning with Johnny. I don't know if we're going to do a Wednesday evening show this week. I will take a look, see where business is at. And if I can take days off in the summer or nights off in the summer once in a while, I will. I'm sorry. I don't want to upset the audience, but it's beautiful out. It's a full day with my kids, so I like to take advantage of it. Business has been great. I appreciate it. Thank you again very, very much. The members-only episode is up from Sunday, the members-only episode we did, so be sure to check that out. It was a pretty fun one. Other than that, we'll take it easy. You take it easy, and we'll be back tonight. Later, everybody.